Oh yeah, well there was a 150-page one, but then there was another one that was kind of the abridged version. All right. So you know one thing that I thought.
Hand me a packet. Thank you. Okay. Pretty good once we get going. Do you want to? If they need to speak, they're going to have to go to the phone. Okay. She's going to be about 15 minutes late. There's a party tomorrow. I found parking. Yeah.
Good evening, folks. Thank you for joining us here at the regular meeting of the Trinity County Planning Commission, March 10th, 2022 at 6 p.m. If you'll all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll get this meeting started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, is there any public comment to address the meeting? Or to address the commission, sorry.
This is for things not on the agenda.
That is correct.
Okay. My name is Matthew Jefferson. I live in District 1. I just think that we need to be talking about opt-in. There's nothing in any of the agenda that we're talking about. It's all about opt-out. I won't get into that. But if there's a process for opt-out, there has to be a process for opt-in. It's only fair. I don't really have much more than that, but I think that it's the only fair and just thing to do, that there has to go both ways. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I just wanted to take a moment and thank the staff and the ad hoc committee and the members of the cannabis industry that have been attending that, along with the general public, to actually have good conversations and share information, because I personally have felt growth from that information gathered. As we move forward, a lot of processes coming, and hopefully that will carry through with tonight's meeting. And I had the opportunity to meet the new cannabis director today, and I have a lot of hope for where we're going to be going in the next few months, weeks, possibly even days. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of the continued effort that the staff and everybody is putting forth to make this all move along. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Is there any public comment on Zoom?
No.
Okay, at this time we'll close public comment and move on to regular calendar. Item 1 on the agenda is the approval of minutes from February 10th, 2022. Do I have a motion to approve February 10th minutes?
I make a motion that we I make a motion that we approve the minutes from February 24th.
10.
10.
10.
Oh, sorry. And, so yeah.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Item 2 on the agenda is a tentative parcel map, P-20-40. I'll turn that over to staff.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director for Building and Planning, and I'll be presenting Agenda Item 2. In your packet, you will have received a memorandum which staff is requesting a second continuance for this item to the April 4th, 2022 meeting. I'm still working with the Department of Transportation for conditions for this project, and those conditions are rather critical for this particular project. So, in order to be able to bring something forward to you, I need to have those. There was one other item that was outstanding from the when we previously put this for hearing, and that was a question as to whether CAL FIRE had any interest in conditioning this project or any interest in the development of the project or the design. And I have talked to, we have a new CAL FIRE representative, that would be Battalion Chief Jake Cohen. And I spoke with him in regard to this project, and we took a look at the map, and he told me that in regard to anything that is in the Weaverville Fire District, as controlled by Weaverville, which this project is located within that district, that CAL FIRE typically does not comment or provide conditions. So that particular item has been resolved. So final item I'm waiting for is conditions from Department of Transportation. So I hope we can resolve that soon and have this back on the agenda for you for our next meeting. So what I'm requesting by staff is to open the public hearing and take any comment that there may be, close the public hearing, and continue the item to April 14th, 2022 regular Planning Commission meeting. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'd like to open item 2 to public comment.
Hi. My name is Gabe Johnson. I'm a land surveyor. I represent this project. I wrote a letter that I'd like to present to you. I have 10 copies of it for the resolution there. It's a 4-page letter. I don't know if you'd like me to read it or just submit it to you.
If you'll give us a second to review, that would be great.
Okay.
If you want to give us a brief overview of what you want to say and in regards to your project, and also to staff's request to move the item to next month.
Well, I understand needing to move it if you don't have the conditions prepared. My letter basically addresses that. It's been a year and 6 months since this project was submitted, and I've been waiting for those conditions be submitted, and then I wasn't even
Dave,
informed.
can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I wasn't even informed that my project had gone to the stage. I should have checked the agenda every month, so I didn't realize I was here. My client called me yesterday and said, "Hey, are you going to be there?" No, absolutely. So here I am. I'm going to prepare this letter for you. Really what the letter is saying is we need to have a subdivision review committee reinstated. We used to have that in the county subdivision ordinance. So that whenever we have these meetings, when I get those conditions from the Department of Transportation, it's going to be a lot. That's my first guess. I've dealt with them over and over and over for the last few years. If you read the letter thoroughly, I've got several examples in there of how difficult it is to deal with the Department of Transportation and to get a project approved. And so if we had a planner, because the part of the subdivision review committee is that there's a planner present. If we had a planner present for these meetings, these preliminary meetings, before we have these conditions, it would be, I think, super helpful for the public and to get these things to move because they're not moving. And that's the summary of what you've got here. So please do read the entire letter.
We will. Thank you for your comments. Does the commission have any questions for the applicant?
Do you have any idea why it's taken a year and a half? And what's happened, or what goalposts have been missed, or?
What I've heard from planning is just that they're really busy and understaffed, which I understand. But we need to do something to move these along.
Commissioner, if I may. So I'm the only one in the room here representing the Department of Transportation. I'm the Interim Deputy Director for DOT. So I do not have a prepared response, but I would agree that a year and a half is far too long, especially for this type of project or request. That I know that our staff is cannot keep up, and we are actively trying to get position allocations and to fill those allocations to try to avoid this type of situation. I welcome the idea of a subdivision review committee as a notion to try to get ahead of these types of projects. But that being said, we will still have quite a bit of backlog to work through. And unfortunately, there will be projects that take quite a bit of time to get finalized.
Is there any more questions for the applicant?
I have one for Mr. Kolbach. We'll bring it back. Okay, for a second.
All right, Gabe, thank you for your time, and we'll bring it back to the commission here for discussion. Is there any questions for staff?
I have one, and it's probably not for David, probably for Lisa. But my question is how many is there, when you say there's a backlog, are we talking about like a boatload? Like how, are we talking about 2 or 3, or are we talking about astronomical numbers?
Just to give you an idea, when I started in April of 2020, we probably had 30 or 40 regular planning type projects backlogged. And that is lot line adjustments, certificates of compliance, small maps, use permits, various just different requests for comments, director's use permits. Director's use permits, we probably have a backlog of 80 or 90, which we are just now getting on top of with the addition of Skylar Fisher, who started with us at the end of August. So yes, it's taking way too long to get these projects done, and I absolutely agree that we need to have a review committee. Ultimately, I would like to see that be done a little bit different than what is in our Trinity County subdivision ordinance, because the way that it is currently set up, to my understanding, is it functions in the same way as the Planning Commission does, that they have the ability to approve certain projects, based on what's brought forth to them. It's a public meeting. It requires minutes to be taken and, regular hearings to be done. I would like to simplify that. I would like to make it a meeting of agents, where the different agencies can get together and discuss projects openly with the applicants, if necessary, if there's issues with projects that need to be discussed and worked out, so it can be done efficiently, without having a whole lot of additional time to post hearings or do minutes or do all of the things that the Planning Commission already does. So I'm absolutely in agreement that there needs to be changes with the way the situation is handled and how quickly we get through projects, because 1.5 years for a 2-parcel land division is ridiculous. You know, it just is. So, you know, we're working on getting through that backlog. I think we are going in a good direction to get on top of some of the work inefficiencies that we have in our office. So, while yes, this is not an ideal situation before you this evening, I think we can do better in the future. So hopefully that answers your question.
Is there any other questions for staff?
I have a follow-up question for this.
Yes.
So with this, this recommended subdivision review committee, would you recommend that that committee would still be able to make the decisions on accepting or modifying the subdivisions of this project? Or
Yes.
is that what you recommend? Or
Based on
just review to still come before?
So the way it's set up now, it is listed in our Trinity County subdivision ordinance as a process. So in order to change that, we would need to make some changes to the subdivision ordinance, which is probably not in the near future. So that committee, as lined out in the Trinity County subdivision ordinance, could be and should be brought back to be an active organization. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
A bit. And also just to like educate us, since none of us have been a part of the subdivision review committee. I don't think that one has been enacted in Trinity County in
Probably not since 2017.
a number of years. Who are the stakeholders that would be on the subdivision review?
Stakeholders would be Planning, Department of Public Works. I believe there's also a member from the Planning Commission that serves on that, from Fire District, and there may be others. That would be the county surveyor would also sit on that committee.
And how would that make your process more efficient to process these?
To have that as a standing meeting, a regularly scheduled standing meeting that just reviews projects as they come in. So, you know, what would be the best way to have that happen as you have projects come in, they immediately get scheduled for that meeting for a discussion. So, you know, instead of waiting for, you know, whatever reviews, you know, we send out requests for comments on projects. All of those comments could be potentially received at that meeting, instead of having like the month that you prepare that notice, you send it out in the mail, and then you wait for comments to come back. And then if you have requests that need to be changed or revisions that need to be done, then it's a whole nother round of sending out comments and waiting to get responses back. So that committee basically gets to sit down at the table and discuss those things.
In real time?
In real time.
Where the issues and mitigations can be negotiated and addressed in that meeting, or?
Potentially. Some of the mitigations are going to come from agencies that are typically not involved in that process, like Department of Fish and Wildlife or Water Quality. But ultimately, the meat and potatoes, particularly for projects like this, which is a 2-parcel land division, could be sorted out fairly quickly.
Right, thank you.
Is there any other questions for staff?
I have a question for Lisa.
Yes.
Lisa, so you said when you started in 2020 there were between 30 and 40, and now there are between 80 and 90 roughly backlog?
Those are two different types of projects that I'm talking about. So the 20 to 30 projects are discretionary projects that would be decided or approved by Planning Commission, and the director's use permits are usually decided on in-house by the director, but they all need to have a hearing process.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question for staff.
Yes.
He made a comment that he wasn't informed, the applicant wasn't informed of these meetings. Is that true? And if so, why?
The applicant was informed of the meetings, and I did have a meeting with him after our initial meeting. Both Andy and I from Department of Transportation met with him and talked about, you know, what we were missing and what we were looking at doing. And at that time discussed potentially the fire or the need for CAL FIRE conditions. I did not include Mr. Jocelyn on that as his representative. So in that, from what he's saying on that, yes, that's true.
But the applicant was
Yes.
fine, perfect, thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, I'm going to bring it back for a vote.
Well, before we make a vote to forward this to the April 14th meeting, I think I'd like to make a motion for staff to bring back findings and recommendations for a subdivision review committee, for that formation of a review committee to our April 14th meeting.
I'll second that.
Before we vote on that, I mean, I think that in principle is great, and maybe it is necessary and we should be doing it. But I also see the fact that we don't have a general plan kind of makes quasi judicial meetings with people making decisions that determine outcomes without a general plan kind of foolish. And maybe not. I mean, I don't, I honestly don't know, but I can see that this subdivision review committee has everything to do with having a general plan to follow. So when they're reviewing stuff, that they're actually looking at how it fits into our general plan. And without an updated general plan and then adding another meeting to our load, seems like, well, we're just pushing the big ball back even further. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong speaking that, but what is the plan for a general plan? Because it seems like everything we do is predicated on that to be able to do a good job.
So for our general plan update, I have been in communication with the consultants that we hired last year to do our update. We had hoped to have our kickoff meeting last June and then get started with public outreach at the fair last year. Unfortunately, we got sidelined by fire, which kind of effectively wrecked a lot of our planning for that year. So they've been working on other things in the background while we're, hoping to get things back on schedule. The hope at this point, and I don't have any specific timelines for you, is to get our kickoff meeting back on track for the first week in June. So that would be what is tentative, has not been defined yet, is for the week of, I think it's June 6th through the 10th, that we would get back into a regular schedule. And they're also planning on going to the fair again this year, which it will be in July instead of August. So we've already started working on plans to get our booths set up and be able to get on track with that. So that's where we're at.
Chair, if I may. So where I hear your concern with the general plan and it being outdated, but we do have a general plan, and that is the template, that is our guiding directions until that general plan is updated. And we have a backlog of hundreds of projects that need to be processed before this general plan gets updated. There are businesses that are waiting. And so this subdivision committee is to streamline the process of talking with the different organizations. And so I think the general plan update, in my interpretation, that's a separate issue than assisting in getting these projects through.
So, Chair, if I may make a suggestion.
Good.
So in regard to Commissioner McIntosh's suggestion, if you would like me to put a discussion item on the agenda for the next regular meeting, and I can give you more specific information about how that subdivision review committee works, who sits on the committee, and how that has typically been handled over time and what types of projects, I would be glad to do that.
you know, in that case, I would actually like to remove my motion and then make a motion to, for staff to provide the information for us to be able to give direction.
So you're making a substitute motion, and I second that.
All in favor? Aye. Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, so we need to discuss whether we're okay with moving item 2 to the April 24th meeting?
14th.
14th.
Yeah, so I make a motion to, what is the terminology?
Continue.
Thank you, Jerome. Continue this item number 2 till the April 14th Planning Commission meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was the second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. Thank you.
Motion passed. Item 3 on the agenda is a cannabis conditional use permit and variance P-18-23. Turn this over to staff.
I should probably just stand up here for a little while. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. And this is agenda item number 3. This is a cannabis conditional use permit and variance, P-18-23. This project was continued from the February 10 meeting with the request for additional information for water calculations and also a discussion on the requested variance for that project. So for this particular project, Mr. Scott Watkins, who is working as a representative for the applicant, Mr. Rodney Patton, provided information to staff on Monday, which was then forwarded to the Planning Commission to review, which included some additional water calculations and a discussion about some of the changes for the project. Unfortunately, staff has not been able to review that information, so we have not been able to confirm that it is consistent with the conditions that were originally provided to the Planning Commission for review, or that it is, all of the changes are consistent with the CEQA document, and if there needs to be any changes or revisions to any mitigations, or specifically any conditions that would be associated with that project. So I did not prepare an additional memorandum for you with any kind of recommendation because I'm not quite sure if the Planning Commission has had a time to review that information. I know that the applicant's representative is here to speak with you, so if you have questions or if you would like to have additional information, and then I would be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So Lisa, I have a technical question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we did vote to approve this tonight, does the revised minimum negative declaration, the MND, which we received on Monday, does it need to be made available for comment to the general public, and posted on the website? In the original resolution, there was a whereas statement that said, it was the original MND was made available for comment and posted. Does this latest revision need also to be made available, or is it just considered de minimis or something?
I think where any kind of a reposting or recirculation would become essential is if there are changes that would identify any kind of impacts, any kind of environmental impacts that were not previously discussed. So, to answer that question, I wouldn't be able to answer that with any certainty as I haven't been able to review the document, but I think that would be the dividing line if we needed to repost that for additional public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one other just technical question.
Go ahead.
Would be for the consultant.
We'll wait till the...
Okay?
At this time, we'd like to hear from the applicant.
Good evening, commissioners, staff, and fellow Trinity County residents. My name is Scott Watkins, and the reason that things kind of came in late on Monday was we actually, in response to some of the comments at the last Planning Commission meeting, punched a new well, and we were waiting to get the official metrics on that well, which we also got on Monday, and I brought some copies for everybody. With that, it's a second well on the parcel that is going to have its plan for the 1 acre license. And it took a little bit of time because we wanted to get permission from staff before we went ahead and did work. And so there was a little bit of a lag there in making sure that we were approaching this project properly. We were able to rapidly get a well drilled. It's 200 feet deep. It's got 20 gallons per minute. Even though that has a high production rate, and even though we have elected to keep the existing cultivation up on the hill with a separate water source, we decided to keep all of the water storage. The rainwater catchment system, the 100,000 gallons of rigid water tanks, the pond, which is technically called an off-stream pond, has 1.3 million gallons of storage. In addition to that, we redesigned the layout of the parcel that has the proposed cultivation, pushed the cultivation a little bit farther away from the adjacent neighbors who, if you recall, were supportive of the project. We now are definitely over 520 feet, which is what's in the report, but I think we're actually closer to 550 feet. And we're hoping that our perspective of the functional equivalent of the 500-foot setback from the property lines, that's really what we want you to focus on, is that we do believe we are meeting the intent of the ordinance and setbacks for the larger grow from the neighbors. We also adjusted our aesthetic screening so that we could keep the view of the neighbors, because we heard from them that was important. In addition to that, we did some outreach and communication with other folks that are growing 1 acre licenses, and the cultivation method has been adjusted. With that, we've lowered the water demand by 100,000 gallons per year. All of those changes, in my mind, are considered minor changes, because we are reducing the demand, we're not increasing the demand. In fact, I did provide some water calculations that I'm hoping you'll find useful. In there, you'll see that I have pulled 100 years records of Hayfork. It actually averaged out higher than our original calculations. So I didn't go with the 100-year average, I went with the lower one. I also pulled the last 6 months of rainfall, and over the last 6 months, although it probably hasn't felt like it, we're still higher than the 2013 annual total. So we do believe that all of the water calculations and all the changes that we did make would be considered minor. So we're hoping that there is no recirculation, but as you guys deem necessary is what we'll follow. I also pulled the watershed report that Commissioner Fall mentioned last time. And when you mentioned it, I was like, oh geez, there's a watershed document. Are we in conflict of it? I was a little nervous. But I read through it, and in fact, what it's prescribing, my major takeaways are agricultural operations have an off-stream storage pond or rigid water tanks. And it's like, well, wait a minute, we're doing both of those. The only thing that we don't have is we're not within the watershed district, although that document did say that they proposed expanding Ewing Reservoir, I believe it was 12 feet on the dam, which would expand their ability to serve more residents of Hayfork. And the subject property would be within a potential expansion of that watershed, or the water district out there. Not sure how that, I don't think there's a conflict there, but I did want to mention that we did do our homework. We did listen to all of your feedback, and we did try to address it. The other thing on the variances, I do want to point out that we did pull a 500-foot setback from property lines within the original MND that was submitted, and we did find that there is a 400-foot by 400-foot area on the existing, on parcel 2, I think, which is the one that has the existing cultivation. The problem is the only area that is outside the 500-foot setback is up on a hillside. We have to do a bunch of grading, take out a bunch of trees, and so we feel that this proposal, while it does include a variance, it is for the right reasons. It's to lower the environmental impact of the project. And so we're hoping that you take all those things into consideration when you make your decision tonight. I've got a lot more variance performance standards that I pulled from past commission meetings. I'm happy to share those with you if you find those helpful.
Thank you.
Please let me know if you have any further questions.
Scott, so the new well that was drilled, was that drilled where the existing well was shown on the previous diagram?
No, the existing well is on the parcel with the existing cultivation. This was drilled on the property with the proposed.
So, I'm sorry, I phrased that wrong. So the previous layout that you gave us showed a proposed well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where you drilled the well?
You know what, we haven't gotten the well completion report.
Okay.
It just got drilled last week, so I don't have those coordinates for you.
I just was looking at this drawing, trying to figure out where the well went.
Things were happening very fast.
Okay.
We did the best we could. Like I said, I'm happy to answer any more questions if you have any.
Is there any more questions for the applicant from the commission?
I have a motion if you'll indulge me. How do you want to do that?
I'd like to discuss first.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the commission now for discussion.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
I'd actually like to open it to public comment at this time. So sorry.
Hi, Veronica Kelly, Albies, Douglas City. I stand before you as I took a look at this project, just because I'm trying to educate myself more on these. And this one may be before you prematurely, in the sense of our ordinance says that you cannot have an application on 2 parcels. This has 2 APN numbers. And it even states in here that they are utilizing it due to the Trinity County's 50-acre limit for a Type 3 medium outdoor license, the 2 adjacent adjoining 40 acres combined for the 80. So they may need to combine them in order to move forward with this project. And taking a look at I didn't see where the proposed new septic would be going, and I've seen that in past CUPs. They're going to have employees, and there was mention in here of 31 employees, but in their spreadsheet or their calculations it said 8. And there's certain size septics that you have to have when you have employees and for bathrooms. And I didn't see the permit for the current one, which is I've seen in previous ones. It doesn't look like there's a lot happening on parcel 2. It might be just being used so that they can reach that 50. And maybe they just need to combine it so that it would be within the ordinance. So it just might be before you prematurely, because our ordinance says that you can't have an application for 2 parcels. And so I looked it up, and if there's something different, and I'm ready to be corrected from you guys. And on the variances, I love that he clarified today about the trees and stuff, because what it talked about today, because we had that big discussion at the last meeting about when to ask for a variance, it sounds like it is to mitigate environmental impacts, as opposed to what it says in here is that it gives them more space and everybody's doing it, which is not really what it should be. It looked good, but I don't see another house plan. I guess is not for CUP, but those are my 2 comments on this. Is it might be just a little bit premature, because I love that we're moving in the right direction with doing everything the right way, and I love everybody in here that's doing it that way. So this one might be just premature, and it just needs to be cleaned up a little bit before it comes before you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
No.
All right, I'm going to bring it back to the commission at this time for discussion.
So maybe staff could answer the question about the combination of parcels?
Actually, I don't have a good answer for you. When I took this project over, it was in the state of, with the M&D being completed and just adding a few conditions from other departments. So that is not something I investigated. I would have to get back with you on that. Thank you.
I have some insight into that. When I was involved in the ordinance for the discussion.
Go ahead, Doug.
So the issue is
Been a little closer.
Oh, thank you. I think the issue is having two contiguous parcels for a cultivation area. And that issue has come up when you have a house on one parcel and then you have a cultivation area on another parcel. Oftentimes these parcels they're digital lines that are across a pasture or something, right? And so based on my understanding is if there's two contiguous parcels, that is considered on the same premise. And I'm not sure if I'm using the right terminology of premise, but in the past this is part of the ordinance and it is fully accepted to be able to have two parcels.
Well, and last month we considered two adjacent parcels. You know, it was denied because it was in the Weaverville Community Services District, but the idea of having two adjacent parcels was okay according to the staff report then.
Well, I think the fact that we don't know.
There's a little bit difference between those two types of projects. Yeah. For this is a CUP that they're asking for a specific type of license. And that was for the one that was denied, that you heard the appeal for, was based on just the initial license to get started. And yes, it is two parcels adjacent to each other. One has the house, one has the cultivation. So a little bit different scenario on that one. But I have been provided information from our zoning ordinance that is 17.43.030G. And that states, one application countywide may be submitted per legal parcel. So.
Okay, so how do you interpret that? And please save your comments from the public, please.
So while I can read this to you, this is not something I have a significant amount of experience going through, unfortunately. So I don't have a good answer for you. It's basically what I can say at this point.
So could we approve the project with a condition that they combine the parcels before they could proceed?
We would need to add that to the conditions of approval, that they would do a lot line adjustment to merge the parcels. That would be possible.
And we can add that to the bottom of the 150 CUPs that are waiting to come forth. That would be accepted in about 3-4 years from now.
I think, couldn't we word it so that if that was required, they would have to do it. If it's not required, then they wouldn't.
I think that's fair.
Well, the agent put his hand up there. Did he have an answer to this question?
I do, actually.
I'm going to ask you to sit down and let me run this.
Okay, just didn't know if you noticed he put his hand up.
I did, but
Okay.
and we can't. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm just going to try to run a little bit more fluid meeting tonight, if it's possible. So, Lisa, is that possible to put it in both?
It would be possible to put in a condition that states that if the ordinance requires, and we could put the specific ordinance section, requires that the type 3 license request for the CUP, if it requires 50 acres, that a lot line adjustment be completed and recorded prior to the permit, the use permit being issued,
So,
or whatever specific language to that effect.
so you stating that, are you saying that you do think then that that is what it reads, is that they cannot have?
You're actually kind of putting me on the spot here.
May I jump in just for a moment?
Sure.
So understanding, I have not actually reviewed this in any great detail, so I'm not going to be able to speak to this directly, but I think it's worth noting that in chapter 17.43.030G is in some ways referencing the idea of stacking, the idea of multiple licenses on one single parcel. And that is not the issue that we're discussing right now. It is one license that is on multiple parcels. And that could be due to any sort of infrastructure, dwelling requirements, septic. It could be for a number of different reasons. And I know that the department has worked with that in the past, and that's where I would have to do some homework in terms of standing policy from previous directors about the idea of, do you still need setbacks from a property line, which are not just digital lines, I'll point out, they actually are property lines that setbacks are specific to, both for building structures as well as they're in our ordinance for cannabis. Point being, if you own the next parcel, you have to abide by those setbacks. That's an internal policy that I would have to refer to. I suggest that those setbacks should still exist in case one parcel is sold in the future. You would not have to then demolish any infrastructure in order to abide by those required setbacks.
I just wanted to inquire whether the Planning Commission and Director Lozier has seen the definition of legal parcel within the ordinance that does talk about contiguous properties being considered one for the purpose of this ordinance. So under that scenario, if you've got multiple properties with one residence on one property but not on the other, they're still considered to be one under the legal definition in the code section.
So as you would interpret it, he does not need to do a parcel.
Correct. The legal parcel is defined as means the parcel with a district and separate assessor's parcel number, where contiguous legal parcels are under identical ownership by an individual or an entity. Such parcels, legal parcels, shall be counted as a single parcel for the purpose of this chapter. So
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I think that kind of eliminates the need for him to do more work there.
We can't hear you.
I think that eliminates the need for him to do more work. The other question I did have was sewage. What she brought up sewage, and has that been addressed in this with having 30 employees?
There's only 8 now.
Or 8?
Isn't?
Without looking at the conditions of approval, septic is required, unless they have sewer service, which would require a will serve letter, would be required to be installed and finalized prior to them having occupancy on the property.
So all those concerns would be addressed prior to authorizing?
That's correct.
Isn't it not authorizing but executing, right? We can authorize the license, but they cannot cultivate until they have a septic and those mitigations in place. Right, so that's two separate issues. Like, right, this project needs to have, a pond, it needs to have septic, etc. But we're giving them permission to build all this.
Basically, what we're generally talking about is this is the conditional use permit that lays out the parameters for development on the parcel, which is separate from the requirements of the license. Now, the zoning ordinance kind of duplicates some of that information between those, but ultimately the development is required on the property before they can initiate the use. I think that gets to what Duncan is saying. Commissioner McIntosh, I'm sorry.
Does the Planning Commission have any other questions for staff or the applicant? Would you like to say something in regards to any of this, or are you good?
No, I think Margaret answered the questions.
Thank you. Carol, you had questions in regards to water on the last meeting on this. Has that been satisfied?
To a degree. So I just, first of all, I wanted to really thank the applicant and the consultant for taking the questions that we brought up last time to heart and really trying to modify the plan and answer those questions. Thank you very much. I know that one of the questions was about variances, and I do believe that with the revised plan, they meet the intent of a variance because they've taken the site-specific criteria on topography and the shape of the lot into consideration, and then move things around to try to increase the distance to the adjacent residences and essentially to meet the special criteria of a variance. I do still have concerns about groundwater. The general plan, the EIR is pretty general. It doesn't really address specific conditions like the critical water resource overlay zone. I don't think that the requirement to monitor the well and then cease using the well a month or two later after they've looked at the data will really protect something like Salt Creek from drying up, because that is more of a surface aquifer issue where the recharge that you're intercepting with your rainwater harvesting systems is going to decrease the flow of the creek. So I was trying to figure out a condition, how do you not intercept or not collect that groundwater during dry years, but it would require like a crystal ball or something like that. I mean, I don't know how you would write that kind of condition. And that doesn't seem to be a clear nexus between a 200-foot well and whether or not Salt Creek is going to dry up. At the same time, the watershed study that I was looking at specifically said that Salt Creek is not an area that qualifies for forbearance, things like the tanks and all that. That was the point I was trying to make earlier. So, yeah, again, you've redone the water use calculations. You've kept the grow up on the hill, which has a separate well and is, to me, a kind of a mitigation for those years when you don't have all the water you need. So, to me, I mean, bottom line, it's zone ag. It seems like a logical place to have it, and I'm still concerned about groundwater. But I want to go ahead and move that we adopt an amended resolution 2022-2, which adopts the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA determination of a mitigated negative declaration as revised in March 2022, and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, and approve the Conditional Use Permit P-18-23 and Variance CCV based on the recommended findings in Resolution 2022-02 and subject to the conditions of approval set forth in Exhibit A to Resolution 2022-02 and reflects the current date of March 10th, 2022, because the resolution that was presented to us has an old date. That would be my motion.
Do I have a second?
Well, I'd like some clarity on what was those added amendments to it.
Commissioner McIntosh, we can't hear you.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I'd like just some clarity on what those added amendments would be. So could you clarify what those are and what the impacts of those amendments would be on this use permit?
So basically the consultant submitted an amended MND, and that amended MND reduces the amount of water use, and it moves the layout around to maximize the distance to the houses. So that's what I'm saying is I think that with those amendments to the mitigated negative declaration, they've addressed the concerns that I brought up for the most part as feasibly as possible, because you can't really address the whole lack of recharge to Saltwater Creek during really dry years if they're capturing the water.
And so for clarity, the moving of the garden is not, it still keeps it in ag zoning. It's not going up on the mountain where they're removing trees and terracing the mountainside. It keeps it within the ag zoning. Great. And it's outside of the watershed area. I mean, it's within the accepted area.
I mean, this is exactly the type of model case we want in front of us. He took the notes we came up with last month, went ahead, addressed those concerns. Their neighbors were here, they all supported. In my opinion, you couldn't ask for a better presentation and a better...
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I think we need a roll call for this.
Commissioner McIntosh, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous.
Motion is passed.
If I could just add one thing I forgot to say earlier. I have seriously thought about putting a condition that you couldn't transfer this permit. And I know that all the growers are getting upset, but it's because I think the Pattons have a long multi-generational history. They know the land and the water in that area. They have the record of stewardship. And so I just applaud that. So thank you.
I just applaud you guys, period. It was a good application. You guys went to work, you made it work within the parameters of the cannabis regulations, and I commend you guys for that. It's great. Good job. Thanks for making our job easy. Okay, we're going to move on now to item 4, General Plan Consistency Determination for Easement Agreement Underground Broadband Infrastructure in and around Cooper Bar Estates, Junction City. I'll turn this over to staff now.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public, Lisa Lozier, Interim Director of Building and Planning. This is agenda item number 4. This is also continued from the February 24th meeting. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on this particular item. This is a project that Public Works has been working on with a company, Vero Fiber Networks, LLC. So how planning got involved in this is with the agreement between Department of Transportation and this particular company. It was understood that there would probably need to be a general plan consistency determination for the easement that they are working towards doing their undergrounding for this project to continue. Planning kind of came late to the game, and typically when we're going to do a general plan consistency determination, there are a number of things that we need to be able to research whether the easement is going to affect certain property or certain parts of the property, or if it's going to impact any kind of public access or any of those types of issues. And that takes us a little bit of time. So, when this was ultimately set forth for hearing, planning did not have any of that information. So we have been working to kind of get the information that we need put together. And in light of that, we received, and I don't know if David had an opportunity to see these emails from Mr. Randy Whitehead. Okay, so Mr. Whitehead sent out an email this afternoon And he is suggesting that he would like to discuss with staff another option that maybe what they're actually proposing to do would not require a general plan consistency determination based on government code. And he would like to have that discussion and see if we can come to an understanding of whether that's required or not. So I guess the long and short of this is that I will be having a conversation with Mr. Whitehead tomorrow to kind of get to an understanding of what his interest is and what he would like to bring forward as far as how government code deals with general plan consistency findings, and whether this project as they're proposing actually meets those parameters, and that we would actually need to move forward with that work and bring it back to you. So in the interest of keeping this project on your radar with the possibility that, I may just have to pull it from an agenda, or if we do determine that in fact that we do need to move forward, I would like to request a continuance to a date certain as proposed on the memorandum that you received in your packet. And I would be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Bring back the commission. Is there any questions for staff?
Lisa, we were actually over on the coast when this Barrow company made landing. They've come all the way across the Pacific Ocean and it's tying into Reading. Vero Fiber had a public meeting down in Junction City, and myself and some of the members of the audience here attended that meeting. The impact from what they're doing, directional boring, I don't know if anybody's familiar with it, but they're going to set a machine up, drill and then keep going, and so the environmental impact is minimal. The gentleman spoke with where they're going to come out, and it was the consensus with the community there at Chimaruku Road there, Cooper's Bar, that the consensus with the people that were there in the room and with talking to the gentleman was that there was no concerns. Basically, it's there for a lifetime. There's a small pedestal that occasionally will need maintenance, but very rarely the lifespan is, I think he said, anywhere north of 70 years. So I actually did meet with the gentleman, and quite amicable and easy to deal with. So.
Yeah, I am looking forward to speaking with him tomorrow.
Thanks for your comments. Is there any other questions for staff?
Thank you, Chair, just for a moment.
Yes.
For DOT's part, I wish to apologize to the planning department and especially Lisa Lozier. I was the one who originally agendized this, and I got ahead of the process a little bit. So I'm thankful for her patience and ability to move forward as quickly as we can.
Thanks for those comments, Mr. Kolbach. At this time, I'd like to open it up for a public hearing and public comment.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. John Brower from Junction City. I'm one of the residents right there on Chimerico Road, and was at the presentation, a little community workshop we had. And my only concern is that this horizontal drilling equipment it's essentially big well drilling rigs, and they're talking about bringing in dozens and dozens of them from all over the western U.S. to do this project. And so I would like to see some sort of above and beyond the norm conditions where they need to really wash their petroleum discharge from these well drilling rigs, and the effluent that comes from them has to go somewhere. They're talking about having a little portable containment for each drilling stage. That it seems like normally does that, but I've never seen a well drilling rig that didn't leak some kind of fluid, some kind of petroleum from it. And so I think they're drilling under the Trinity River and all along the Trinity River corridor. So I think it's important that if it was to come before you, that you would have some sort of condition of approval that forced them to have containment around the rigs or under the, you know, some sort of catchment for whatever they might leak. It sounds like they're planning on going, like, once the rigs are in position, going like 24/7, get her done fast. These rigs are really expensive to bring in, so you want to make the best time and use of it. But that's my biggest concern, is petroleum discharge from the actual drilling itself. And I agree with what Commissioner Barrett said, where once that new infrastructure is in, it's in and not really an impact. Also, if we are building this incredible freeway from North America to Asia for rapid communications, this giant fiber optic trunk line, sure would be nice if Trinity County had an off-ramp and an on-ramp.
I think that's a point well taken by everyone here, and a good one.
Yeah.
What do we get?
There's tremendous opportunity here.
Absolutely.
Especially with cheap carbon neutral PUD power in combination with this. It seems like there's just tremendous benefit if we can get an on-ramp and an off-ramp for us here in Trinity. So that's another condition of approval that I would like to see, is they need to have a contract in place for that ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
Hayes Family Farm?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Steve Liner from Junction City. I unfortunately was out of town when they did the public meeting, and since then I've had a hard time finding any information on this project. If there's, after my comments are done, if there's a public information area that's available to residents of Trinity County where we can get more information on this, that would certainly be appreciated. The only things I've heard is that it's a Chinese company drilling all the way to Redding underneath the river and no internet to Trinity County or Junction City. So they're just drilling underneath our beautiful river to get their fiber lines all the way to Redding. So far, it doesn't sound like something I'd personally like to see happen. It seems like there's a highway, there's other ways to go about it, but maybe some ongoing public information would be helpful. So I'm unable to find anything when I look online. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
No.
Okay, at this time I'm going to close it to public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Commissioners?
Yeah, it's a, there's opportunity there, but there is a lot of unknowns. It would be really nice to be able to have high-speed internet going through, you know, the Junction City and that whole river corridor and all that connects. The challenge with that is that takes infrastructure for the internet companies to maintain that, and that's not the responsibility of the company itself. They're laying the line, and they give that opportunity to tap into it. But we have such a small population base to make it worth the while of some company to lay the lines to every household for internet is, well, I guess I'll say if it's financially worth somebody's while, they will. But if it's not, then...
They did drag it from Asia. They did drag it all the way from Asia.
Well, so there's the demand for that energy, but is there a demand to hook up local services, right? And so I've heard options of possibly, you know, like PUD expanding their purview from just electricity to possibly, you know, internet production or distribution as well. They already have all the lines laid, and they're a nonprofit within our community. So that's something that could get put on the table.
I think, I think that's well noted. I do think that Trinity County needs to get something for our time, for our county, for our people. As we're all reminded always, we are a low-income county, but I don't believe that's who we are. And I think that people see us as a resource, and we need to get something for that resource. And something that benefits all of our county and community. Whether it's a jump off here, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know how that works. But it certainly seems like there's enough money because they spent it to get it all the way from Asia to here, so that had to cost a little bit. What do you guys think?
Do we want to just continue it and discuss it
Sure,
more?
yeah. You guys good with that? Okay. Well, it could, you never know. You never know.
So I move.
Okay, at this time, then we're going to close comment for the Planning Commission. And do I have a motion to move this to the April 14th meeting?
Yes, I move that we continue the item to the April 14th regular Planning Commission meeting.
Do I have a second?
Yep, I'll do that. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Okay, item 5 is Planning Commission Zoning Workshop Cannabis Opt-out Regulations. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Shuden.
If you don't mind, Chair, may I introduce?
Go ahead.
May I introduce, do you mind?
Go ahead.
So, okay, thank you. So good evening, Chair, Commissioners. David Kolbach, Interim Deputy Director for the Department of Transportation. Perhaps, I don't know if that was as seamless as we had hoped, but I had intended to give something of a brief introduction. First, thank you to, again, planning staff for the changing of seats tonight to remain flexible with this particular item. I did want to take a moment to introduce the new Division Director, or leave that privilege to Director Lozier. Do you wish to? I go right ahead? Okay. So I want to introduce to the Commission Sean Connell, who is the Cannabis Division Director. We have been through several months of trying to hire for this position, and we're grateful that he was able to step in. At the moment, I will be leading, or for my part, as advising the Cannabis Division, this particular workshop tonight, and perhaps some few meetings in the future, not to be determined, but generally speaking, I will be stepping out of the role that I've had in presenting to you these last several months to give way for Mr. Connell to take the program on. This, I believe, is his first public meeting, and he will be presenting, of course, to the supervisors as he sees fit. But I want to open the floor if the chair is willing to, just for Sean to introduce himself.
That would be fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. For members of the Commission, members of the public, those on Zoom, my name is Sean Connell. I am the Trinity County Cannabis Division Director. I have been here for a total of, I think, 6 days at this point in time, and we have definitely not hesitated in getting after what needs to be getted after to get this program on track. I want to just make this super short and sweet because I know we have a lot of stuff in front of us tonight, and I want to make sure that we actually get that stuff done so that way that we have a program that can move forward with your guidance and take that to the Board of Supervisors for final decisions. I want to make sure that I let the public know that I am open to conversations, information, requests, anything that I can do to help provide a level of consistency in the administration of this program and for the betterment of Trinity County. That's what I'm here to do. So while tonight might not be the absolute best night to try and grab my personal information and how to get a hold of me, it is pretty standard here in Trinity County, so it will be SCONNELL@trinitycounty.org. As soon as I get the opportunity to update the website where that will all be reflected, I will make sure to have that done. And please do not hesitate to reach out with your questions. I cannot guarantee you that you will get an answer in 4 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours, but I can guarantee you you will get an answer and it will be from me. And so with that, I would like to turn this back over to item 5 and get item 5 underway.
Thank you very much for your introduction and welcome aboard. David, thank you for that introduction and thank you for your service as well. We appreciate you.
I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you. And now just to reintroduce Ms. Truden, who of course presented in the last workshop, and we're grateful to have her on board to help pass or move this item along, as well as other potential ordinance amendments that we have in the works coming up in the future. But I don't want to step on her toes in terms of what she has prepared for walking us through this, so I'll just pass it on.
Great, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me okay? If it would be possible to put the PowerPoint up, that would be great. And you can go ahead and advance it to slide 4 if you don't mind. So good evening, everyone. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, staff, members of the audience. I'm Heidi Chuden, Consulting Land Use Planner under contract to the county to assist with the revisions to the commercial cannabis regulations. Thank you for having me this evening. The overall goal today is to conclude the workshop that we continued from February 24th and receive commission direction on how best to structure standard criteria for cannabis regulation in sensitive geographic areas throughout the county. As I noted at the last meeting, I'll be working with the county staff to turn the direction that we receive from you and from the board into amendments to the county code. Thank you for putting the slides up. So there's 7 specific discussion items that are noted up there that we outlined for the commission in the February staff report. We completed 2 of those items in the last meeting, and we need to work our way through the remaining 5 this evening. And in terms of the budget and schedule for this task, it is really important that we try to get through these items tonight. And so in light of that, I had an idea that might be of interest to the commission. So what we did last time was we took each item, we took public comment on it, we had discussion, and we received direction. And we made a lot of really good progress last time. I think you should all be really, you should commend everybody for the work that we did. What I was going to suggest is that the items that are remaining are all super important, but they're, we kind of got a head start on them by the talks that we had last time. And so one thing that we could do is I could give a presentation on the 5 remaining items, and then you could open up the public hearing and allow people to comment on any of them, and then bring it back to your commission if you were comfortable with that, and I could walk you through the discussion questions. And you could always circle back around if you wanted to, but let me see if that's amenable to the commission.
I'm in agreement, commissioners. I think that's a great idea. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me go to slide 5. Thank you. So I'm going to do a quick recap on the 2 that you hit the last time. So this was item 6, variances, but we actually discussed it first. This is the same slide that we had up last time. And in your packet, I had prepared a summary of the discussion from last time that I made available to you in case it was helpful for you. But basically, all I wanted to point out is for the discussion questions, just as a way to kind of keep track of what we've done, we've got in red up on the slide what the consensus of the Planning Commission was for that item. If you could move forward to the next slide. So similarly for discussion item 1, which we took second last time, the information that you see up there in strikeout red line, as well as the red text at the bottom, was a summary that I prepared as to the Planning Commission's direction for that item. And so what I'd like to do then, given the direction that you just gave me on how to structure this, is I'd like to go ahead to the next slide, which would be discussion item 2. And this time, I'll walk through each of these slides. I'll get all the way through them, so there's only about 5 of them, maybe 6, and then turn it back over to the chair to open up the public comment then on all of them, and then we'll proceed in that manner. So this one dealt with effects of other geographically based restrictions. And the issue at hand here is that it may be relevant to consider the number and proximity of some of these controls in an area. So for example, how many opt-out areas are there in a particular region? That may be relevant as opt-outs come forward as a way of considering whether it makes sense to do one. Another issue that may be relevant is the size and geographical area of the restricted area that's being proposed, and also the boundaries for the area. The staff report discussed things like having logical boundaries that made sense based on facts and data that were relevant to the decision, equitable boundaries that don't favor one group to the detriment of another, and also boundaries that avoid both internal islands and exterior islands. And so the question for this particular item is, does the Planning Commission agree that these conditions are relevant? Let's save the discussion of that. Let me go through the rest. So if you could go to the next slide. For discussion item 3, this one focused on the treatment of existing licensees in restricted areas. And I know there's been quite a bit of discussion and public comment on this item. The slide identifies the 6 kind of general areas that fell under this topic that I derived both from reviewing your ordinances, comparing and contrasting them, and also the public comments. So the first one is expiration. This is the concept that you could, if you wanted to, recommend to the board that the restrictions in a particular area have, that they expire at a set point in time. So at that time, any previously authorized cannabis use would expire. You could also set this at a point where the license was up for renewal. So you could, for example, say, if you're in an area where an opt-out has come in, and so were you not there, you would be a prohibited use. You could establish a time period, basically, for that right to expire. We're going to talk about some other suggestions that would look at it differently. For example, grandfathering. But on this one, the idea would be you could do it at when the license comes up for renewal. You could do it after 2 renewal cycles to allow for a wind down or a transition. Or you could even set an arbitrary date, such as a specified number of years from the point that the opt-out is put into place to have the prohibition take effect. Kind of the reverse of that is the second item, which is the idea of an exception, or what you might refer to as grandfathering. So that would create an exception or an exemption in the zoning regulation for that previously authorized cannabis use. That kind of grandfathering is actually already in your code right now. Some examples that are allowed for that are operators that have complied with the state waste discharge requirements prior to a specified date, and there's a series of those that are identified in the code. You could also identify that if an opt-out is created after somebody is already operating, then they're allowed to continue under certain circumstances, and that's what kind of all of these get at. So the idea is they become basically a legal non-conforming use in effect, and it would allow that operator to continue to operate as long as they followed all the applicable regulations. The expansion topic looks at the issue of whether or not that pre-existing cannabis use can expand either in terms of more density within the same footprint, so more activity within the same footprint, or an increased footprint, depending on whether your regulations would allow them to have more in a particular area. So in your code, several aspects of your code do speak to the issue of expansion, and then others don't. So for example, in 17.43 through 43G, there is not a discussion of the issue of expansion. In the Rush Creek Estates opt-out urgency ordinance, it's also silent on that issue. In the Lewiston opt-out urgency ordinance, it explicitly prohibits expansion of an existing cultivation use. So talking about whether or not you want a consistency or to have that be on a case-by-case basis. I'll go through the questions for each of these in a moment. Let me continue through the remaining 3. So the next one would be the issue of violations. You currently have a section in your county code 8.64, abatement of nuisances, and 8.90, violations and penalties, which deal with enforcement of cannabis regulations. There is no distinction in your enforcement process currently for violations based on site location. However, I do understand that your application documentation requires an applicant to acknowledge that should a violation occur, it could result in revocation. So if this was something the Planning Commission felt was appropriate, the staff with County Council could explore establishment of more stringent rules and procedures if a violation was to occur on a site that's operating within a restricted area. Examples could be loss of automatic license revocation, examples could be automatic license revocation or loss of grandfathering protections. Transfer is the next item on the list. So this is the concept of whether or not the license can be transferred to another location outside of the restricted area, what you would call a relocation, and also the ease and expense that could be accomplished. That could be actually considered as a way of incentivizing relocation out of a prohibited area if it was made easy to do and not expensive. So presumably transfer to another property within a restricted area would not be allowed, but transfer to an otherwise compliant property outside of the restricted area could be. Currently in the county regulations, transferability is based on cannabis license type. It seems to vary from use type. Table 8 in the staff report had a summary of the county regulations related to license transfers. So I want to circle back to transfers as well. And then the last thing on the list was creating other specific incentives to relocate. So in addition to allowing a transfer of a license, such as what I just discussed, you could also consider other incentives. Humboldt County has established a program called Retirement, Remediation, and Relocation, or RRR, to encourage the relocation of eligible pre-existing cultivation sites that are operating in, as they describe it, inappropriate, marginal, or environmentally sensitive sites to more superior sites from an environmental point of view. Under Humboldt's program, eligible pre-existing licenses would receive a zoning clearance certificate or some sort of special permit for cultivation. And they actually incentivize their program by allowing for a larger relocation site in some circumstances when a pre-existing operator moves out of a restricted site. So that's a quick walkthrough of those 6 areas. If you move to the next slide, I have the discussion questions for all of those. So basically for each of those topics, there's 1 or more questions. And what I'll do with this one as well is after we go through public comment and answer any questions of the commission, we can walk through these questions and put this slide back up on the screen. If you could go to the next slide, please. This is discussion item 4. It has to do with prohibited license types. There was also a table attached to the staff report that provided a summary of all of the different ordinances that apply and where there are prohibitions and where there aren't by license type. So currently there is some variation regarding prohibitions by license type. And input from the commission is requested to develop a more comprehensive and consistent policy for how to treat those. You'll see the questions at the bottom of this one get at issues such as, if you have an opt-out, should the prohibitions automatically apply to all the cannabis use types or only to cultivation, for example? Or do the prohibitions, should they be determined on a case-by-case basis as you can consider an individual opt-out, which would mean there'd be differences between them? And then finally, should the prohibitions automatically apply if any future cannabis use types are allowed, such as storefront retail or processing? Next slide, please. So this one this is discussion item number 5, term limits for geographic prohibitions. So there's various options for establishing term limits for the opt-outs themselves, ranging from none at all to some sunset point in the future. Currently, the geographic and locational controls that are in your regulations are all permanent. There's no time limits on those. And I didn't find any sections, for example, that require any kind of automatic reexamination. Your 2 current opt-out controls, which were done by a specific section of the government code that allows you to use your urgency powers, those do have time periods on them. Rush Creek will expire July 7th, and the Lewiston will expire June 15th, although it has one more one-year extension available to it. So the point of this discussion item is that the county could reevaluate any aspect of your zoning code at any time, but if you wanted to set a particular requirement for a structured review of the opt-outs, you could do that as a part of your code. You could, for example, say that they'll be automatically reviewed in 5 years. You could say that they're permanent and they only get reviewed, upon a request from the board or the commission, or that maybe you have an automatic report back on how successful the opt-out has been in terms of implementation, and you consider it at that point. Sometimes with really controversial land use matters, an approach like that can be a useful interim step. Kind of allows a trial period to explore something within a particular area, but on the other hand, it could also make public concerns worse because it creates uncertainty in terms of the decision-making. Last slide, please, is discussion item 7, which has to do with public input. The bullet points that you see are examples of the different public noticing tools that you use, from public notice for the license approvals to hearings for the conditional use permits, the availability of your ad hoc committee, and then of course planning commission meetings like this and board of supervisors meetings. The questions that are posed here is the process that you're using to seek public outreach for opt-outs adequately robust? Or if not, how could that public outreach be improved? And those are the discussion items for that one. I think, could you take me to the next slide really quick? Yeah, so I think we can skip that slide. So we could go back to slide 4, and what I would do at this point is turn it back over to the chair. Happy to answer any clarifying questions, or it would be a good time to go ahead and open up the public comment on any of those items, and then we can bring it back to your commission for discussion.
Yeah, I think this time we're going to take it directly to the public, try to get their input first, and then we'll bring it back to the commission, and we can comment to the public or to the staff as you guys see fit, if that's agreeable. Okay. At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. I will remind you guys to please stay on topic and take your 3 minutes. And if we could just all be respectful of each other, we can get through this quickly, I'm sure. Thank you. And first up for public comment.
I'll go first. Thank you, Commission, for hearing me out on this subject matter. My name is Matthew Jefferson, and I live in District 1. I have a cultivation facility in an opt-out zone. This directly affects me. Okay, starting at number 2. This needs to be logical and equitable. I've been circulating a petition for 2 days. I have gotten the same amount of signatures of the original opt-out zone petition that was put in, was already received. It's not logical. This is a 2,300 group. The residents in District 1 is 2,300. They got 12% of that, calling it an overwhelming majority to cancel out 1/3 of a historic legacy cannabis cultivation county out of this program. I don't find that logical. Equitable, it's for sure, what is it saying here? Not to favor one interest group to the detriment of another. So 12% of District 1 is deciding to cancel out cannabis cultivation when nobody in Coffee Creek is against this at all. It is filled with growers. Yes, mostly caregivers. There's not 100 plant grows up there. There's not greenhouses everywhere, but everybody grows 36 plants. And there's lots of people that want permit. Treatment of existing licenses. I don't think there should be expiration. I think there should be the exception. I think the law should stay the same. I want to point out that you guys always brought up, or at the last meeting, you said there should be no new permits. I have 60 acres in the Trinity Center Community Services District. I've had a lot of work paperwork on it since 2016. The law states that that is what I need to have to qualify that property for a permit. I have to put in a $100,000 bridge. I have to put in a septic tank. I cannot afford these things. So I have not applied for a permit yet, but I have bought that property for $400,000 because I hope to be able to expand my farm legally in the future. And I hope that because I met the deadlines and I followed the rules, that the Planning Commission can keep the rules the same, because that's what I've built my future off of. Expansion, I think that where that comes into my head is that we need to be able to modify, grow, and evolve with this industry. Maybe people need to start growing in greenhouses. Maybe I need more dry space because I can't grow 6 different strains and I have to harvest it all at once now. I need to be able to do that. Modification, I just say the same comment. Violations, I would just say that we're all humans. Sometimes we make mistakes. We should be allowed to at least have an appeal period or something, or a moment where we can fix these things and not just lose our licenses. Transfers, I mean, I got a cannabis license because it's worth property value. Even if all my equipment is old and it loses its, damn it, I should be allowed to sell my property.
Thank you, Matt.
It's got property value.
Thank you for your time. Is there any other public comment?
It's a lot to digest in a few moments and get up and talk about it all, but thank you very much for all of that work, Heidi, and I took quick pictures because my eyes are old. Just a few thoughts.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. Just some quick thoughts, like on number 8, grandfathering should be considered. Obviously, you spent that time and that money for your business. It should fall under the rules of the ordinances for cannabis. But something to be considered if there are excessive or continuous non-compliance that maybe should be considered for pulling their grandfathering. And I mean excessive, not like just the 1 or 2 and then poof. That could be something that could be considered, but also offering the RRR program for those that decide later on that they want to do it as well. I think that was also another good suggestion. I like in number 10, the case by case for anybody who wants to bring an opt-out forward, because that's the whole idea behind this. There's so much individuality in each area. Trinity County is so different in each area, but I do believe it should include future use options in that as well, the retail and processing. And regarding number 12, there's really no outreach involved in opt-outs because it's always been sort of a grassroots. You get the neighborhood and the neighbors get together, they put together the boundaries and have done that and then found someone to bring it to the board. There is no system for it at this time. There's no form you can fill out and bring it to the planning and it starts there and has a process. So there's no outreach in that sense. It would be nice if that could be determined in some way. I think Heidi has brought up some really great options for you guys to consider that is just and for those that are involved in the program that are within the current opt-out areas that could operate and run their business and be good neighbors. Expansion I don't think it should be allowed just because the idea is to keep it minimized and mitigated in that sense. Transfers, it's difficult when you want to pass it down to your family or you have an LLC who owns it, who's going, but that's going to be a little trickier. I think I shall leave that up to y'all. But those are just my thoughts and comments on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there any more public comment?
My name is DeAndre Caldwell Johnson of Weaverville. I do believe that us as cultivators, even if this legacy thing comes into effect, we should have the right to expand upon our business. This cannabis industry is very new and it's perpetually changing, and us in this county, we should be able to keep up with the current landscape and environment that's going on in the industry. If we're hindered from doing so, we may fall out and may not be able to compete moving forward. We should also still be able to transfer our licenses and sell our businesses just as any other. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there any other public comment?
So this is just 3 minutes for all of the topics? That's how it's going to be? Okay. Sally Barrow, Bear Creek Road, District 1. In terms of the grandfathering situation, years ago, multiple planning staff members assured me that the grandfather clause in our opt-out was applicant specific. I was told that even if the property did not sell, the name on the application, a tenant perhaps, was the only person the permit would be issued to. The license was only good as long as the applicant was cultivating. I spoke to Jeff Dickey on February 24th, and he's the only person who gave me this information years ago who still works for the county, and he confirmed his definition of our grandfather clause. Perhaps this could be the answer if it's going to be a problem enforcing it. No transfer of current licenses to different applicants with or without the sale of a property. The argument that the permit holders in an opt-out should be able to recoup their investment by selling their business to new owners, that's the argument that I've heard. The investments in these cannabis businesses have been providing potential profit all during their period of operation. Their neighbors, on the other hand, have spent decades investing in their properties, building hoped-for equity. They find their equity greatly diminished by the presence of industrial cannabis site in their area. Please consider all the property investments, the huge majority of which are historically residential. What is just was the question that was raised as far as the geographical regulatory boundaries. The Board of Supervisors in our 3 previous hearings agreed unanimously that our geographical opt-out area is inappropriate for commercial cannabis. We are obviously outgunned in these meetings, but we're not outnumbered. You wouldn't guess from the volume in this room in previous meetings, but the huge majority of the population in Trinity County does not grow legal commercial cannabis. We are amateurs, without consultants or checklists or help at the planning counter, trying to reclaim self-determination in our historically residential neighborhoods. Please protect the rights of everyone, not just the loudest voices. It was suggested last meeting that since the cannabis fees fund the code enforcement, which I called and checked because I didn't know that, that's true. The geographic opt-out areas which collect no cannabis fees should not receive any enforcement services. There are many valid arguments against this suggestion, but primarily, enforcement of the cannabis ordinance code enforcement does not only benefit the neighbors of an illegal cannabis cultivation. Every single illegal cultivator that is taken out of business by code enforcement is an advantage to the legal cultivators, even if the illegal grow is in an opt-out area. So I don't think there should be any expansion of any.
Thank you, Sally.
Okay, great. That's good. I thought I might.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks a lot.
Is there any other public comment?
Hi, Jeff Godella, Xenia. I'd like to speak to number 3, the treatment of existing licenses in restricted areas. I would like to clarify, there's current opt-out areas and there's potential new ones, and we're trying to figure out right now, how do we go about developing new opt-out areas, right? And deal with the ones we already have. It's kind of 2 different things. It's kind of the same thing. Most cultivators in this county are guys like me who are one-man operations who put their own money into their business. Basically, my life savings into my business. Potentially to not be able to retire horrifies me, and sell my business and something I've built over years and invested profits into. Current cultivators, whether you're in opt-out or end up in an opt-out in the future, need to be able to run their businesses the same as any other cultivator in the county, under the same rules. And as those rules change, because they're going to change, that's just the nature of regulation in cannabis because it's so new, they should be treated the same as every other cultivator in the county. Transferring licenses, variances, everything. Just treat us the same. We were there before the opt-out zones, doing everything right. There's no sense in punishing the good players, the people that are trying to do it right, when somebody far away decides after the fact that they don't want cannabis on your property. I think it's ridiculous to treat a business that way. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Question.
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek, East Fork Road. One of the things as far as modifying our site, expanding, so what happened is none of us were finished building when COVID came and when the lawsuit came. None of us were finished building our farms. We it's really hard work, it's really expensive, and we don't have millions of dollars in barrels in the ground, whether people think we do or not. So we need to be able to finish building our farms. We need to be able to modify, we need to be able to expand. Yeah, my opt-out in particular, the Coffee Creek Fire Protection District, is massive amount of land that goes way out into where there are several 100-acre parcels. This is not a densely populated area at all. And like Matt said, the petition that got the opt-out zone was less than 12% of the population that lives in the area. So I just want to make sure that when we're moving forward, that if we have rules for how opt-outs are created, we absolutely need to also have a mechanism for opt-back in, redrawing the lines, something that is equitable for these people that live in these massive areas that were in some of the original opt-out zones are totally inappropriate. And that all cultivators that hold licenses in Trinity County deserve the same rights, privileges, and responsibilities as all other licensed cultivators in this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I'll keep it as brief as possible and on point. I think Rhoda made a really interesting point about the parcels, the larger parcels. I think it should be possibly considered that a maximum parcel size be considered as far as the development of opt-outs in the future. If we're talking about like a density or concentration issue or impacts, any of those things, then, you know, really is a 50-acre parcel in that? Is a 10-acre parcel, 5 acres? Up for discussion. Some public input. Certainly need public input on the opt-out process, you know, especially if they're planning on being new ones. Otherwise, we've had well over 5 years of public input in developing this ordinance. Rush Creek has had 2 years to take alternative actions. Homeowners Association changed the zoning. Those were brought up in the initial, very, very beginning of the opt-out conversation as a reasonable alternative to like this kind of prescriptive program that we have right now. So that's another consideration. As far as RRR goes, a mandate for that, I don't see how that could ever possibly function. The county cannot permit more than one license per parcel as of right now. Certainly wouldn't be able to triple it like Humboldt County offers. And even just as far as incentivizing relocation, I think that would be a great idea, but I just don't see how that can be done. That would be great, but you know, you hear how much it costs to develop this. You will notice that if there are then areas where opt-outs are not being developed, the price of land there will be artificially inflated, essentially your green zone. And the main thing, the very, very primary thing here, this relates to enforcement, to sunsetting, to transferability, to all these things. All of us need to be treated the same. There is no room, in my mind, for creating a second class of people, whether that be the people who reside in the opt-outs, or the cultivators in the opt-outs, or a cultivator that then has an opt-out put over them. We're legally licensed businesses. We all have to do the same environmental compliance. And I would also like to know, once you get an environmental document that's tied to your land, that's a permanent entitlement, essentially, to your land. So I don't understand how changing the ownership would have any bearing on the environmental document that is necessary to obtain an annual state license. So on the sake of keeping the meeting moving forward, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. On the multitude of topics, for the existing carve-outs, Weaverville, North Lake, the Ruth Lake lots, these were all put in the original ordinance. The people in those communities came out in force in 2016 and advocated for their neighborhoods. The people that were already taking steps towards regulation in those carve-out areas were grandfathered appropriately. I think everybody agreed, even the people who wanted the carve-outs thought that was a reasonable compromise. I still believe it is a reasonable compromise. like Adrian just said, I don't think we do any good by creating different classes of license. A cannabis license should be a cannabis license. For the new carve-outs, I think it's very inappropriate to say, okay, people who are here, you can't be here anymore. I doubt whether the law gives us the ability to do that, but it might. But I don't think we need to start looking for that. We told people it was okay. They did it. If we want to say no more people in this neighborhood, okay, I think there's a process to do that. But that should not affect the people who have been complying and are in those places and invested their money at a time when what they were doing was completely within code and legal. I think that's, whether we call it grandfathering or future non-conforming use, whatever it is, it's appropriate. I do like the analogy of non-conforming use, but I think that is a limitation that we don't need to see there. These are not interlopers or people that they were following the law. The law was what it was when they opened these operations. So we, I think, need to respect that. So anyway, at the end of the day, I do believe in self-determination, be it for nations, communities, individuals. So I do believe that communities have a say in what land use is. But we call it planning because it's forward-looking. So we got to start with where we are now. And in some of these places, we have existing legal operations, and they should be allowed to continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
I have one on Zoom.
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. I just wanted to touch on a topic that hadn't been discussed is separate of, Tyler Thompson. Separate of just business entities, we're also potentially discussing people's homes as a requirement for receiving a cannabis license is to have a residence on the property, albeit some licensees may not live as an owner-operator, but many do. So moving forward with potential future opt-outs, I just want that to be considered as well, and that it would be, from a business side of things, somewhat unheard of, in my opinion, to discuss just sunsetting of legal business entity, and then also to consider that for somebody potentially encouraged to relocate. It may not just be their business you're discussing relocating, it may be their actual home as well. So I just feel that the existing businesses should be allowed to conduct operations as everybody else does, so long as they maintain a good standing, and that the threshold for that should be very realistic, as others have suggested, not just you didn't do some minor thing once. There should be a process for revocation and for opt-outs, but that needs to be thoroughly discussed, I think, and not just put on a simple piece of paper that one inspector that may not be there the next year wrote on a Monday for them. So I also just wanted to have into consideration that as opt-outs are potentially created in the future, this may not affect current ones, but as opt-outs have chosen not to participate in the ordinance, what if one parcel within a proposed or already existing designated opt-out area does not want to participate in the opt-out? Should there be consideration given to that parcel, as obviously the topic that we're discussing, but moving forward, if an opt-out is created, if there's somebody that doesn't want to be in the opt-out as the lines are being drawn, how does that consideration go into effect? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Handouts. So I'm going to speak on most of the topics. There's truly no land-based logic to carve-outs. when you're basically saying that someone who has a zone property here can't do, because there's a red line drawn around it, can't do what this property can do as an allowable use. It's actually in violation of state government code, which we're passing out right now, 65860. One of the things, your responsibility is to determine general plan consistency. When you have carve-outs that don't have any basis in land use, it's not consistent with your general plan, and it's in violation of that state code. That state code has been upheld by the California Supreme Court, and if anybody's interested, happy to share, you can look up yourself those particular findings. Additionally, when you draw red lines, you're grabbing oftentimes land use that's appropriate for a given purpose. For example, there's many ag forests, large swaths of properties that have been grabbed up in these red lines that don't really have any basis and good logic. And what you start doing is you're basically discriminating against a class of people based on their source of income. Most of the lawyers in support of the carve-outs that I saw said, we don't want cannabis or the people associated with it. Clearly discrimination. It's protected, and that's the government code, which is 12955. It shall be unlawful to discriminate through public or private land use practices, decisions, and authorizations because of race, color, the normal things you'd think of with discrimination, but it includes source of income. Cannabis farmers are being discriminated against by redlining around areas. Wait for the general plan update. Have cannabis overlays. This is not the time. This is not the time to add new carve-outs. You open the ordinance back up, those other carve-outs are going to be challenged on these very legal kind of basis. That's what happens when you open up an ordinance. I urge you to please reconsider adding more carve-outs. I urge you to reconsider supporting carve-outs at all, and look at the general plan consistency of our existing ordinance as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please hold the clapper. Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Hello, Chris Williams, Weaverville. As to the treatment of existing licensees in these opt-out areas, to echo what was just previously said, do we even have the legal right to even discuss the exclusion of one particular type of business in zones that they are legally allowed to operate in? What's the point of having an ordinance and going to these meetings for hours on end, or having a general plan and we decide not to follow it, update the ordinance, and then have this discussion? Incentives. How about we provide incentives to neighbors that have an issue with the business that they would wish to relocate? This is a much easier alternative and less environmentally destructive to our beautiful land than making a cannabis farm relocate. Once again, a handful of farms that are currently in the opt-out areas are legally allowed to be there. As a reminder, all site expansion has to be approved in a farm CEQA document. If it's not in the current CEQA document, then they have to submit an amendment, and that amendment needs to be approved. These farmers, regarding transfers, have spent years doing everything it takes to get a license issued. They bought a property where the business is allowed to operate, build a house, hired qualified professionals to conduct cultural and biological assessments, enrolled in the water board, brought in engineers, set up farm infrastructure, spent hours upon hours planting, nourishing the plants, harvesting, finding distribution, hired employees, found insurance, paid taxes, paid fees, and then another fee. Prepare CEQA documents. Let's let this work mean something. Let's let this environmental footprint mean something. And tonight, and the days that have come before this, we're setting a precedent for cannabis farms. At any moment down the line, your entire livelihood could be pulled out from underneath you. It doesn't matter what the laws are. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Eddie Fernandez, Lewiston. I guess since we're brushing through all this, as far as question 3, the expiration, that seems like an absolute absurdity to me that we would be considering expiring licenses that were already there. And like everyone else's points, grandfathered in and pre-water board, all the requirements that were set before us. The fact that we're even discussing on how to figure out new or unique ways to expand on opt-outs or get people out is absurd. Like, this is America, you know. As far as violations, I agree. I mean, specifically trying to navigate this environment and going from licensed to not licensed, back to licensed, back to not licensed, because you guys keep pulling the licenses, because the program comes to a stop for whatever reasons. You know, that doesn't seem fair, you know? As far as transfer, yeah, I mean, to me, that so speaks of capitalism in America. I mean, everyone has to have a Department of Justice background check, federal background check. I mean, these aren't easy things to accomplish. I mean, if you meet the criteria that the government set before us, you should be able to sell your business to someone else that's legal and has done the right thing, the same as you have. I mean, it's just un-American. How could you not sell your business? How could I not sell something I put all my savings into or have taken loans out to build? It doesn't make any sense. So that seems absurd as well. What else? Yeah, incentives to relocate. I mean, how difficult would that be? I mean, for someone that put millions of dollars into a property, are we just going to grab it and move it somewhere else? Doesn't even seem logical for me. I put millions into my property. I took loans out to build my property that I'm still trying to pay. I pay payroll tax, workman's comp. I pay more taxes than most, you know? So that doesn't even seem realistic for someone like me, you know? You know, it just bothers me that we're discussing all these things and just it seems to be trying to find new ways to pull the rug from under people. I've been here since 2016, pre-water board. I'm sure a lot of us have been, and the rules were set then, and I was told that we do all these things, you're good to go. I did them all, you know. So I just, it's thinking of my children, like setting a plan to move here and do all these things. It's just to be here fighting to try to keep it. I understand for new people, I certainly do. I can understand not wanting new people in these areas, but you know, my farm was put in the papers every time since 2016. Like they said, we voted on these opt-outs. Now it's been expanded upon, and I'm in an opt-out because we expanded on it.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Hi there, Patrick McNamara from Lewiston. We have a farm there as well, and yeah, from the time we got it, we don't expect it to ever be taken out from under us.
Patrick, we're having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. When we buy a business, just like everyone's been saying, we expect to be able to sell it in the future. We follow every guideline we have to. We jump through all the hoops and still jumping through the hoops and basically just waiting on the county to let us know it's going to be okay rather than to put us through these very stressful situations that we have to deal with. And it seems to be over and over. We just had the emergency ordinance set and thought we were grandfathered in, and now we might change it again. And the sunset clause is just, yeah, completely ridiculous and totally unfair. And I just hope you guys can make the right choices and keep us moving in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Matt Hawkins from Weaverville. I'd just like to echo what everybody else has been saying. This just feels like another example of the county moving the goalposts on us. And what was fine at one point is now potentially not fine. There's functioning businesses that have jumped through every hoop, gone through every regulation, which is not easy and it's expensive. And to say all of a sudden you're not going to be allowed to operate your business here anymore is flat out wrong. I mean, I think that, you know, sure, if you want to have an opt-out zone where no new businesses can come in, fine. There was opt-out zones from the beginning of this ordinance. If people wanted these opt-out zones, they should have been in place there. You can't go back after and say, oh no, now you can't do this here anymore. So, yeah, I just, you know, I'm not in agreement with this, and yeah, I'm in agreement with everybody else that's spoken, except for one person.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
I'm sorry, I'm going to be the second person.
Lori Wills from Lewiston, and I do reside in an opt-out area. I just want to say our opt-out, which is the Lewiston expansion, was not included in the original 2016 ordinance. Even though we have members in our community and in our neighborhood that signed petitions to be included. So our neighborhood was included, but we were excluded. So we did our grassroots effort, and now we do have an opt-out in our neighborhood. I do applaud all of the farmers who are doing it right. Thank you. I appreciate that myself. However, I feel like we keep going through this exercise over and over to preserve our communities with opt-out requests and asking for help with the licensees that are violating. So I read every letter that was just included in your packets yesterday, and one word that stood out to me was compliant. And I agree, if they're compliant, they should have their rights, and those rights should be preserved. However, I'm asking you to discuss here tonight an action plan to deal with grandfathered licensees in opt-out areas that are violating county ordinances and state laws. So law enforcement has acted swiftly on illegal grows in our neighborhood, and when complaints are filed, and if complaints are filed. We're not here tonight to talk about illegal grows. The focus should be on opt-out ordinances that deal with legal CCLs that have been grandfathered into these designated opt-out areas. Should grandfathered licensees in opt-out areas be held to higher standards? Should there be stiffer consequences that result in termination from the cannabis program for CCLs that historically violate? You are the ones who have to decide the answer to those questions. I'm not encouraging you one way or the other. I'm simply asking you as a frustrated resident living next to CCLs in my neighborhood who repeatedly disregard the ordinances and state laws, and to acknowledge our neighborhood blight is real. And to encourage you not to take my word for it, but to check with the Sheriff's Department, check with planning staff, check with county council, and do your own investigation whether or not there's been violations. And either with the ordinance or that have involved law enforcement.
Thank you, Lori.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I'm gonna just ask a favor. There's 6 of us here tonight to speak compared to a room full. Can I just finish? It's just gonna take a second.
I'm sorry.
John Brower from Junction City. 3 minutes is a very small amount of time to sort through this complexity of this issue. It's a very deep issue. This is supposed to be a workshop setting. I think I agree with Heidi's first recommendation that you take general comments regarding the whole package first, and then be sure to open it up to comments on each item as you work through them. This is really important to sort through this in a logical way. This is a deep subject. It's multi-layered. There's a lot of nuance to bear each and every one of these questions. So Commissioner Sharp, please consider reopening public comment as you work your way through this. It's really important. Lori couldn't even finish. And so I'll rapidly work through this thing, but you guys have to digest a lot in a short period of time. So question number 2. Does the Planning Commission agree that these considerations are relevant regarding the effects of geologically based restrictions? I think yes. The considerations when establishing regulatory boundaries that they should be logical, reflect the application of facts and data relevant to the decision, equitable, and avoid both internal islands and external islands. I think, yes, it could be relevant to that there could be too large of opt-out zones that negatively affect the entire rest of the county. And I think that is absolutely a land use issue that has a CEQA component above and beyond what's mentioned in our EIR. And it's likely to get litigated. Question 3, treatment of existing licenses in restricted areas. They need to be treated exactly like any other similar business elsewhere in the county. There should be zero difference between how one business type, licensed business, is treated, regardless of what your zoning overlay may be. Question 4. I mean, the discussion points are A through G on that last item. This is a thick subject. Please reopen it. Number 4, the different license types. The original opt-out zones were for cultivation only. The other additional license types don't have an odor component. Okay, and this comes back around to, should the folks in the opt-out zones get all the benefits of the enforcement side of the program without shouldering any of the responsibilities? I think not. It needs to be limited to cultivation only. Question 5, term limits for geographical prohibitions. I think yes, there should be some term limits for these geographic prohibitions. It should be looked at a regular interval. It should be some years apart to have consistency in the program.
Thank you for your comments.
But this is another example of why we should open up each item separately.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
My name is Chris Parkin. I'm in Area 1. And, you know, all these guys here who are growers tonight, just the fact that they showed up, they want to obey the rules. They want to be good neighbors. They want to profit and prosper. I'm not a grower. I prospered elsewhere. And though I have moved back to Trinity County, you know, not recently, but you know, in the last 10 years, I grew up here, moved here in '53, and my business now is appreciation. Not, you know, I appreciate this. My parcel needs to appreciate in order for me to prosper. If there is a neighbor that is contrary to that, then I, you know, take offense to that. I think that, you know, in my area, we only have one, I'm in an opt-out, emergency opt-out area, and we only have one licensed grower there. And I don't, you know, I'd like to see it not expand. He mentioned that the original ordinances were against the smell, but I might take offense to all the traffic. Last fall, my girlfriend walks up and down our dirt road, and there's a couple of illegal grows up at the end. And she was on her way back. She walked up, past this point, and then it takes her 10 minutes to walk up and back. And there were no other cars on the road, no other, except this one worker who worked at the illegal grow. He passed her, looked at her, his, you know, Rottweiler slobbered on her as they drove past. He went down the road, went around the turn, and by the time she got around the turn, he was gone, of course, but there was a photograph laying in the middle of the road, you know, and it was a self-portrait from the waist down. There was no dust on it. There was no indication that it, I mean, she had just walked up the road and wasn't there. This guy walked in, set the photograph, and so we don't know who all is coming into these neighborhoods. They're not vetted. You know, that's not, we don't want that kind of stuff in the neighborhood. And so I don't think that any expansion, whether it's no processing, no transferring, no, you know, any of the other activities that accompany cannabis should be allowed in these opt-out areas. The smell is one thing, but it's the, I mean, unless you do a background check on all of your guys and you find out that they're not, have to register it as a sex offender or if they're felons.
Thank you for your time. Is there any other public comment?
Good evening, Crystal Bell Lewiston. On the discussion item 3, treatment of existing licensees, as being in and opt-out, we do have some strong points here. So we do agree that there shouldn't be an expiration on those, that there should be exception. It's fine that they're grandfathered in, that's not an issue. We believe that there should be no expansion if you're grandfathered in. All of it really contingent upon violations. The habitual violating, whether in grandfathered areas or not, needs to be addressed. The ability to violate and self-comply and violate and self-comply, which is what we've dealt with in our neighborhood, has caused more of the problem than anything else. So we don't have any problem with transferring. We don't need to have people sunsetted. We just need to have things enforced when they get out of hand in our neighborhood. On the prohibited license types, I believe a lot of those license types, when you read into them, I would slightly disagree that some are in quasi-opt-out areas already. Like a cultivation the cultivation ordinance has opt-out language. So does a couple of the other ones, maybe even limited to recreation districts, but it's still opt-out type language. I think that should all be considered when we're dealing with opt-outs anyways. I think anyone that started an opt-out was working towards the goal of having all commercial cannabis business excluded in their neighborhood. Our opt-out, the expansion area, is more of a recreational district. The fishing, the rafting, things like that, the camping, the hiking, that kind of falls into the recreational elements, where the others have been excluded as well, such as the nurseries. So anyways, I think that should be taken into consideration, where it's all of the license types, and the future ones to come should be also discussed with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment?
Hi, Chair and Board. Dana Hauser-Scott from Hayfork. I think it's been covered that the picking and choosing, discriminating against certain industries is exactly that, discrimination, and that is not legal. But then what came up that sticks out to me is the idea of appreciation in a property and a property value, which is exactly the concept that license holders are discussing, and it being an issue if their licenses, one, aren't approved, and then two, aren't allowed to transfer their appreciation in their business and their property and their homes. It's not a guarantee when you buy a piece of property that your local community, the property values are going to appreciate. You stand a good chance in California, you stand a good chance, as people are more interested in more rural areas, but you don't stand a chance if your local economy fails completely. And you don't stand a chance if there isn't anyone that wants to live here. But you do stand a chance if you're cannabis friendly and you potentially your license holder wants to buy the property potentially next to you or whatever. Just be kind to your neighbors in general. But the idea that somebody's weird behavior in a picture that is bizarre, and I feel offended for your girlfriend. But ladies shouldn't walk alone. Bye.
For your comments. Is there any other public comment?
My name is Sam Brinkley, and I've been intricately involved in the development of the two farms on Coffin Road across from the vineyard. I understand that one of the buyers now is having some light complaints among other things, and I do feel like that should be addressed. But as the use of that property, I mean, the person pushing for this the most, One Maple Vineyard, the young lady that just spoke earlier, it's not, she didn't have a problem with marijuana when I was going to buy her vineyard. She just didn't. It was $1.5 million. We measured with a tape measure where we're going to pull out the upper grapes. She didn't have a problem with a marijuana farm being right around her neighbors. We've been very good to them. We helped them pick their grapes. I would have bought the farm for $1.5 million if it wasn't for...
Sir, can you speak to the items?
Well, the items is that being a zoning appropriate for cannabis. Of course it is. It's more appropriate than the vineyard that's there. I mean, we're actually about 5 or 6 feet above them. They're in alluvial floodplain. Any runoff that they do from their grapes goes right into the creek. Their division of water rights, unless I'm drastically mistaken, is off of mine. The original Loudon Ranch. We were told by the feds last year not to pull water out of that creek for any reason. That's how they water. So all last year, did they violate their water rights? They claimed 300 million gallons of use.
Sir, I'm still going to bring you back to the subject points.
Well, I think it matters where it comes from. Because there was no problem with cannabis, but the lead person against it now is, look, this whole thing occurred over there on that vineyard because a fellow wanted to get a license who was denied. She told him, you will never get a license here, but you can buy my vineyard for $2 million, and I'll make sure you get a license.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to move on. Thanks for your comments, sir.
I just think that it matters where this is coming from, and that is a perfectly appropriate place for marijuana.
Thank you for your comments.
More so than a vineyard.
Thank you.
Uses less water and less pollution.
Is there any other public comment? If you've already spoken, you'll have to have somebody else speak for you.
What's word is here?
Darius Johnson, Weaverville.
Could you restate your first name, please? I'm sorry.
Darius Johnson, Weaverville.
Thank you.
I think we're missing a lot of the other financials.
Okay, sir. Guys, we're not...
I think we're missing a lot of the other financial ramifications.
You'll have to sit down, DeAndre. Thank you.
All right. All I know is
Thank
cannabis
you.
can also provide...
Is there any other comments pertinent to the items that are agendized? Okay, if not I'd like to move on to Zoom now.
Deidre Brower.
Thank you, Board and Chair. I want to address the grandfathering in of existing licensees that are in current or potential opt-outs. It is important that they're allowed to continue operating and permitted to transfer their license and their assets. There are operating rules in place, and if those new owners violate those rules, then they can suffer the consequences. The existing licensee should not be punished because of something that a future owner may do. We're constantly seeing new requests for opt-outs, and there needs to be rules set in place to not have them constantly popping up. It creates uncertainty for businesses, and it takes up a tremendous amount of time for staff and the commission. There's also nothing easy or simple about obtaining a cannabis license. It takes a tremendous amount of work and money, an extraordinary amount of patience and flexibility. I believe it is perhaps the most regulated industry in the most regulated state in the nation. The goalpost keeps moving, and that needs to stop. So I hope that you take those things into consideration when you work for these. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other comments on Zoom?
Nancy Anderson.
Hi, thank you. Nancy Anderson from Lewiston. I agree with Mr. Brower that the format is not really allowing for what I would consider a fair, even on both sides, chance to really address the issue. So I would agree that perhaps individual items could get more time. But I guess I would just ask the Planning Commission to consider why is it that people are wanting to opt out? And I don't believe it's what we've been accused of. I believe that it was how the ordinance was implemented allowed for large commercial developments in small rural residential areas. So the opt-outs have just historically kind of been a Band-Aid until the general plan. So I would really encourage you to expedite planning and implementing, beefing up the timeline for your general planning, because I think each community needs to have the opportunity to come up with a community plan. I would love to spearhead in Lewiston community. I would really like to connect with the legal growers and get to know them and meet with them and all come up with a plan for Lewiston or a plan for Coffee Creek or every individual area. I really don't think that revising the opt-out issue now is the smartest move. I really believe expediting the general plan would be a smarter move. I think the problems, especially in Lewiston, is the density of the population compared to the number of licenses that were allowed.
Thank
And
you,
apparently
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Steve Lyons?
Hey, Steve Lyon, Junction City. Thanks for taking the time to hear comments again. I have 3 quick comments. First is I hope that we can differentiate between the problems with licensed farms and the problems with illegal growers. Time and time again, so many of the complaints I'm hearing from the audience, from other people, are related to unlicensed cultivation, which punishing licensed cultivators for the actions of unlicensed people just does not seem fair in any way. My second comment is that when I think a lot of fear is coming around some of the comments about losing licenses for non-compliance, and I think there needs to be, again, another differentiation between minor violations and major violations. There are so many rules involved in this industry that you can fall out of compliance or have a non-compliance for something very minor, and that if we can differentiate between minor paperwork issues and major violations so that somebody isn't afraid of losing their license over the thousands of regulations that we have to follow. My third and final comment is that a couple of the speakers, Adrian Keyes, John Brower, and Dana, are all board members of the Trinity County Ag Alliance, which is an industry alliance that speaks for hundreds of licensees and several hundred members. We can't all be at every meeting. And so when those 3 speak, I hope that the board considers their voice speaking for several hundred people who are not able to be at every single meeting, and that by them speaking, hopefully it condenses some of the comments, but that they are speaking for literally hundreds of people in our association. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Ryan Tarbell?
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Ryan Tarbell, A-Fork. I'm a licensed cultivator. Been in the program since the inception. So I strongly believe that these licensees in these opt-out areas and future opt-out areas should be grandfathered in, allowed expansion, and also to transfer their license. It's a very costly road to go down. Much infrastructure is needed, much environmental review. These farms are currently having to go through CEQA, spending tens of thousands of dollars. So you really need to make their future certain so this investment can pay off for them in the future. As far as the RRR program used in Humboldt, in my view, that program wasn't really successful, and I don't think it's a good fit for Trinity. Really, all it ended up doing was consolidating licenses with larger corporations. It made the small farmers sell out because they couldn't really afford to move to these higher priced sites and build out their infrastructure. I'm also concerned about these redlined areas and large parcel size within the proposed opt-outs, and really don't feel that large parcel sizes should be included in these opt-outs, and there should be provisions to protect the larger parcel sizes in these redlined areas. And then finally, speaking on the point of non-compliant legal farms within current or future opt-outs. You know, when we sign up for this program, we're basically agreeing to, you know, a long list of performance standards. And I do think it's legitimate for these neighbors to, you know, to know that these farms are going to comply. I don't think it's fair to have like a one strike rule because things happen. You know, the power could go out and your timer could reset, and maybe your greenhouses will be lit up for an hour or two or something. Those things happen. So if you do think about this provision, you know, there would at least need to be like 3 strikes for the same violation or something along those lines. But it is an issue and it is going to need to be addressed long term in the ordinance itself to get everybody you know, compliant with the performance standards of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other comments on Zoom? Okay, at this time, I'd like to take a 10-minute recess. We'll re-adjourn at 8:40 and then bring things back to the chair and the commission. Thank you.
I'm sorry, guys, but
Okay, at this time, I'd like to re-adjourn the meeting. It's 8:43, and we're going to bring the subject matter back to the Planning Commission for questions for staff. So, Ms. Shooten, can you, I think we'll start and we'll just kind of ask you questions, and maybe if you guys are okay, I don't care if one person wants to go at a time and kind of go through their lists, or we can go topic by topic.
I'd suggest that we go an item at a time, right? Each of the 5 items, and ask her the questions, discuss it, and give our feedback before we move into the next item, but keep it
I'm in agreement.
on point.
So let's go ahead and let's start with item 2. Yeah, item 2. Go ahead, staff, or commission.
Would it be possible to have the
slideshow?
The slideshow?
Yeah.
That would help immensely. Yeah, thank you.
You got it. You bet. We go to number 7 when you get it up there. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, effects of other geographically based restrictions. That's the item topic. Any comments from the commission?
Well, I see that it's relevant, right?
Commissioner McIntosh, we're having trouble hearing you.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that my perspective is that it is a relevant question, but there are details that need consideration, such as, you know, the opt-out zone for the Trinity, Coffee Creek Fire District being so expansive with large swaths of land. Is there a reason for these restricted areas, the vast areas that are restricted? And what is the purpose of these large parcels being restricted? I think there needs to be like some type of justification for the area boundaries.
So I did bring this up at the last meeting, that I did think there should be a mechanism for people to change the boundaries. So somehow that got missed, but I would agree with some of the public comments. If there's a way to create an opt-out area, there should be a way to modify the boundaries of an existing one, just some mechanism. Otherwise, my only comment is, yeah, I agree, boundaries should be logical. We should avoid leapfrogging, and that we should not have internal islands within an opt-out area.
And as the opt-outs are written now, what is the standard, or is there a standard, or is that what we're developing of drawing the line?
I don't believe there is a standard.
So it's just random.
To this workshop was to try to identify at least some guidelines.
The initial ones were like, the one in Coffee Creek, as an example, is the fire district. And so initially, they used existing districts just for the opt-outs. And so it was just kind of like a template general area. These, the newer ones in Lewiston are not that, not using districts, but other mechanisms.
Yeah, I agree. I was at a lot of those initial public workshops, and they were just trying to pick boundaries that were already defined.
So when we discuss opt-outs, are we talking about minimum opt-out sizes? Are we talking about maximum opt-out sizes? Are we going to have that discussion at all when it comes to boundaries? Could it be a whole district?
They just need to be logical, and there needs to be mechanisms of taking into consideration all the input from the community. I mean, there was one letter that we received that they were in the I believe it was the Grass Valley Creek opt-out, where they were not notified that they were put in that opt-out zone, and they didn't want to be in the opt-out zone, and that they were frustrated that there was no mechanism, there was no due process, there was no letters sent out from the county informing them that that was going to happen. And so, like Commissioner Fall mentioned, having a mechanism to adjust those red lines may be beneficial.
Agreed.
So you said that the people in the Grass Valley didn't get a letter. Who then makes the opt-out? Who draws the lines? What's the criteria to make something an opt-out?
I think Steph had a comment on that. Did you? I think people in the proposed opt-out area were notified.
When that went out, they weren't notified of that particular letter. I personally looked it up because I sent that notification, and I forgot to print that notice that went out that they were notified, they were on that list. We sent out close to, if not over, 200 letters.
So when you guys
during that period, and I believe that was in June of 2021, July.
And so was that certified mail? Was that just one letter, or was that numerous letters?
It's not certified. It was a notice that we had to send out based on the Board of Supervisor meeting.
Yeah.
That this was coming onto the agenda.
when you sent out, it's kind of nice that you're here because you did this one. So you can kind of maybe give us a description of how they determined this would be the boundary. Was it just on the letters you received requesting?
Right, that's my question.
No, it was, I was given a set of maps to chart the properties that were all being impacted. And so I had to go through I went through the assessor's office to get addressing, and I had to map out each individual property that was given to me on these maps.
So those were the properties that requested an opt-out?
Not necessarily. They were just all the properties that were in that boundaries of those maps.
Which was proposed by individuals to make it, proposed by
Who came up with the map?
organization, individuals?
Possibly. I'm not sure who came up with the maps. I was directed by Director Hunter to do that at the time, even though I was not Cannabis Division. I sent out all of the certificates of service for those based on the maps that she had given me, probably from prior meetings that she had had with the community, possibly the Board of Supervisors.
So I think that information was in the staff report. There was a list of all the people who had been contacted, and in the initial proposal for where the boundary should be, there was a list of all the parcels and who had said yes, who had said no. So that was in our staff report. So that's one of the reasons I asked the consultant to consider public input in drawing the boundaries of potential opt-out area. That should be one of the criteria.
So that should be done, say, when they receive the letter that an opt-out is maybe coming, or an opt-in for that matter, maybe coming to your area.
Right, that's kind of my concern, is this map was presented to Debbie, who I think does an outstanding job, by the way, with all the paperwork you give us. But just to document and to send letters to these people in this map that she was provided, who made those lines, as the map was given to her? What criteria was it complaint driven by neighbors, or was it just, that's our map and that's what we're going to go with?
No, I mean, that's what I said in the staff report, they drew the potential boundaries and then surveyed all the people in those potential boundaries, how many supported an opt-out, how many didn't. That's on that one table. So, so again, that's why I would think.
So it was community driven.
Yeah.
Which is what it needs to be.
So I apologize, because I kind of took us back to question number 1, which is the criteria for developing an opt-out area. I didn't want to do that. So I think we want to answer question 2 so we can move on, maybe.
I also have a question for county council in regards to this, and it was.
Todd, you need to get to your microphone, please.
Sorry. But it's like the, with Mrs. Lisa Wright brought up the thing about this being a, is this even lawful? It's like, could you shed some light with this on me? Because it's like, because personally, I'm in favor of opt-out zones. And it's like, I think that if you have a community that has a say, it's like, I think that they should be able to have a say. If you have the community and the bulk of it wants to think, I'm fine with that. If we have a community that says, hey, we want to grow, it's like, hey, I'm fine with that. But it's like, could you share the put a little light on this for us?
Absolutely. I can't comment on what you come up, whether it's legal or not, until you come up with it. Okay. So I'm not going to comment specifically about anything that's been discussed. But globally, I'll say that when you're looking at opt-outs, they are a mechanism to control based on land use. So what I want to make sure you consider and think about as you're going through the process is they can't be arbitrarily contrived, because that would not be legal. If it's just set based on what we like to call NIMBYism or anything of that nature, that's not going to fly legally. But if they're tied to a specific land use reasoning, and typically in the ones we've done so far, we've looked at water, we've looked at natural resources, we looked at the compaction of a neighborhood, the proximity to other jurisdictions. There's a bunch of factors that we can look at and to make that determination. But again, I want to steer us away from looking at making these determinations based on anything that is non-land use based.
Thanks for that. So back to item 2, can we all agree that these considerations that they have bullet pointed are relevant?
Yeah.
I think so.
Could I ask one question to county council? Not to be like splitting hairs, but aren't all of the cutouts based on NIMBYism?
No, absolutely not.
Hold your cup, please. We understand you guys are passionate.
Again, I don't speak for the intent of the public when they're bringing them forward. When the board makes the determination, I've had extensive conversations with them about making sure they're tied to the land use based reasoning. And that is what they've done every single time. So could it be a problem going forward if we don't keep our eye on it? Absolutely. But we always make sure, again, when I'm conferring with you, as I did today, and when I confer with the board, I'm going to give them the same piece of advice. When we're looking at doing opt-outs, they're an absolutely valid tool to use to control based on land use reasoning. They're not a mechanism to control based on other factors. And so we keep an eye on that. So when you're looking at the number and proximity of other locations, absolutely appropriate to consider land use. Size and geographical areas, absolutely appropriate to consider as a land use. And the local boundaries or the internal islands, that is a very important land use issue that we talk about all the time when we're dealing with this. And there may be some additional factors, proximity to waterways, proximity to roads or schools or other things that have an environmental impact. We can look at those. But again, I just wanted to keep your mind where it needs to be. So thank you.
Thank you. And so in that case, I think I would like to add in my recommendations that, of course, the ones moving forward should look into that, but I think the public would like to understand what environmental factors led to the opt-out zones that are established presently.
Absolutely, and I would recommend that you look at the ordinance establishing the opt-out zones, because made sure each of them articulated the environmental reason, the land use reasoning.
Thank you.
In that case, I changed my mind on one issue where we talked about regarding the creation of the opt-out areas. I think water issues should be considered. We took that off the table because we kind of assumed that the EIR addressed it. But after looking at the recent application we considered today, the EIR is so general in the county that it doesn't consider things like the critical water resource overlay zones and some of the specific geographic considerations. So I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I changed my mind on that one.
No, I'm with you on water. Water's everything, it's life. So first we have to feed our residents and then our commercial businesses. So water's got to be forefront on every point and topic, I think.
So if I could ask, sorry, I didn't mean to blow you out there. So item 1 and item 2 were kind of two sides of the same coin. That's why this one is effects of other geographically based. I think what you're referring to was a discussion of item 1 from the last time.
Yeah.
And would you mind going back to slide 6 really quick, just to refresh your memory? So I think the request from the commissioner, if you look at the 4th bullet there where we have the cross out on water quality and quantity concerns, you could certainly, if it's the will of a majority of the commission, give us a different consensus on that item. We were kind of already moving forward to the next one, but there's no reason why you can't modify the direction that you've already tentatively given us. So kind of two different things going on here, two different items.
Well, I echo the concern that water is life, right? None of us would be here if it wasn't for water. But to put regulations on top of regulations I think it's unneeded. Well, we have the Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have the Water Board, we have the ordinance that states that there must be a minimum usage of water. There's other ordinances that the Department of Fish and Wildlife mentions. They can't even use the water, surface water. So with all these mitigations in place, I just don't see where a community would, how do I articulate this, right? These mitigations are above and beyond what any other agricultural crop has to mitigate, right? Like was communicated, Grass Valley Creek Winery draws directly out of the creek in the summertime and possibly millions of gallons, while cannabis farmers cannot. And so I'll just reinforce why I agree that water is absolutely critical. To have that be a reason to opt out whole areas while the mitigations are in place is not needed.
I think, how I would speak to that, and I agree that the system seems to be loaded with bureaucracy and tons of stuff that seems exhausting. That being said, doing any business in California pretty much is. My concern and my agreement with Commissioner Fall is that water on paper, which we've all heard the arguments for the Central Valley, they get more water than actually exists. So, and that's real. So water conditions on the ground compared to what water conditions say on paper are two different things. And so when we consider opt-outs and people putting input to those opt-outs locally and not just jurisdictions and agencies that we've put on these people to try to get them a license or make it hard to get them a license, however that penciled out, I think is irrelevant to what's actually happening on the ground in your neighborhood. I mean, if all our neighbors have got 6 different straws into the same area and now all of a sudden as a person living there, I don't have water and I see a lot of commercial businesses around me, well, I'm going to be suspect to think that they took my water. And I just think it's an important consideration that we preserve what's actually happening on the ground with some real eyes and real thought put into it before we just take a piece of paper and says, well, the paper says there's water there, I don't know why you don't have it.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and overusage is a serious concern, but the responsibility of the water usage is on the farmer. So if a neighbor says that they're out of water because of this farmer, it is the responsibility of the farmer to mitigate that, to check their well levels, check the how fast it's recovering, and so the onus is already on the farmer. And so, while one example of neighbors' concerns being heard and being concerned, but being misguided is this summer there is an elder in our community who has 3 farms up above him on Lake Road, and they're running out of water, right? And it was just logical that the farms up above them were sucking all the water dry because it was in a drought, they're using more water, there's more water being used than ever. And I spoke up here asking for ways that we could address this. I saw them the other day and they were chuckling because there was a leak in their pipes. And they covered the leak and all their water came back. But they were very quick to point their finger at the farmer saying, it's because of them that I don't have water. So just because a neighbor makes a mention that there is issues, there needs to be scientific, logical mitigations to prove these things.
Chair? I mean, can I say one thing? So I would bring it up to a higher level, which is, this is supposed to be the criteria for when an opt-out could be created. And so what I'm looking at is, eventually opt-outs would go away when we have the general plan. And until we have the general plan, we do have certain areas that are critical water resource overlay areas and stuff like that, where we have already identified that water is a concern. So I could see where you have that kind of hydrologic concern about cumulative impacts, that people should have the option to add that in with all these other considerations to justify why they're requesting an opt-out area. It's not the sole thing, but it's just one other consideration that, we know that our area has a water quantity problem, and so this is part of our land use justification, the water quantity issues, for why we want to request to be an opt-out area.
But it keeps it about land use, it's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
Well, it's a land use that affects water quantity.
And I understand where you're coming from with that, but please maybe David or Sean, isn't there in the critical water zones such as like the South Fork, isn't there already restrictions on the volume of farms that can be put on these critical water zones?
There may be. It's essentially a reserved potential for the state to come in and have a mandate that says no more operations within those specific areas that are outlined in the EIR. So that in that regard it's true. However, to Commissioner Ball's point, the county itself has some critical water overlays that is not in relation to the state, but in relation to our own land use policies. I believe that is the discussion. While I have the floor just for the moment, I wanted to provide a time check just for the sake of the discussion items. Well, this is very important, absolutely. I want to remind the Commission that we're discussing item 1 at the moment and only one component of item 1. And so what our next steps are for direction to staff to put something together that you again will have the ability to debate and cut out.
Point taken, so let's move on. So let's take a straw poll. Who wants to include water in discussion item 1 so we can move on? Straw poll.
I thought we're not taking straw polls, these are just suggestions.
I think they wanted a straw poll. So,
It's the same, really, from my perspective.
You don't care?
Informal guidance where we sense whether or not there's a consensus of the commission. So either will work.
So let me ask then, with the critical overlay, with the state, there is the potential restriction of critical waterways, but not in place at this point. And then with the county, there are critical overlays where cannabis farming is restricted or may be restricted?
They are not currently in play in terms of site locations for cannabis licensing.
Okay.
So can we all agree that water is important and we should have it on discussion item 1? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Okay, so back to discussion item 2. If you can move that for us, perfect. Can we all agree that the 3 topics on here are relevant?
Yes.
Yes. Good, let's move on to item 3. With that, we covered 2 items just like that.
Nicely done.
Okay, so item 3.
Perfect, thank you.
A through F. Okay, treatment of existing licenses in restricted areas. Okay, so go down these and I'll let you guys open up at will.
Okay, my opinion, my thought is that they shouldn't expire. I agree, you know, people have a certain, you know, expression, expectation with their business. My only concern is that there has to be at some point at which the original people that were grandfathered in lose the ability to retain that license. And it's in the case where, let's say, property was grandfathered in and then they didn't do anything with the license for a certain period of time. Should they be able to come back 10 years, 20 years from now and say, this property was grandfathered, now I want to have a cannabis farm? Because in the meantime, there's maybe been a neighborhood grown up around it or something, and they don't have that same understanding that that parcel was grandfathered in and it could become a cannabis operation at some point in the future. So I just thought there should be some way to define that they let it lapse. You know, they let their water board permit lapse for a certain number of years and it's not eligible for renewal again, or just some criteria so they can't come back at some future point if they've essentially moved on and just, you know, fallen by the wayside. That was my only thought about expiration.
You know, I'm in agreement with that, and I listened to Supervisor Keith Rose discuss these, this issue with regards to non-conforming use. And his example was there is the Wildwood General Store, and they had been there since before the general plan was updated back in the 80s, and they rezoned all around it. But that was a non-conforming use. And so they allowed the store to exist indefinitely until it burned down in a fire. And they didn't rebuild. And then they wanted to sell the property to rebuild 10 years later, and they were not allowed, right? So like, I'm in agreement. As long as the operator is in use, then it should be able to continue to be in use. But if they're not paying the water board or the county for their permits and they've allowed it to lapse, or then that is the end of their license.
Okay, so do you guys have any comment on that? Okay, so can we all agree in A that it's relevant and that as long as the permittee stays active, stays in compliances with all licenses, and continues to do business as he's licensed for in a professional manner, that there is no end to that?
Doesn't expire.
Yes, I agree.
I think that's good.
Sorry, I wanted to add to that conversation if I could, but perhaps I missed something key there. Do you mind repeating that?
We're trying to get through this.
I know.
So, expiration. So we're agreeing that A is relevant, bottom line. So we're going to just touch on relevance and irrelevance. So A is relevant. We would like that included. Should it be an arbitrary date? No arbitrary date. No. As long as the license is in compliance and is active. So they're actively doing business as a cannabis farm. And there is no lapse in that business. And they're in good standing with all their licenses and everything else they have to do, that would stay active.
One caveat.
Yeah.
Right? That caveat is that with changes that are out of the hands of the farmers, such as all the settlements and CEQA and EIR, like right now, presently, there's only 6 licenses in the county and of no fault of the farmers. So well, there needs to be some caveat to, like, if there is, I don't know.
If they're pursuing it in good faith, you know, or something like that.
If they're pursuing in good faith.
You guys know better how to word it, but I mean, basically, if someone has essentially walked away, you know, they've let their water board permit lapse and they can't renew it due to the length of time, or they've let their license lapse and they haven't submitted any, you know, applications or Appendix Cs, you know, they haven't made a demonstration that they want to continue the operation. Those people should, at a certain point, lose their ability to come back under grandfathering and apply for a license.
So, like a building permit.
Right. Well,
as long as you're making progress every year.
I don't know if it's like a building permit because it is a business, and you have a product you're selling, you should have records, you can show that you're doing business. So I think, long story short though, is if the applicant or the permittee is not the reason that they're not meeting all the matrix, then there should be nothing done. I mean, if the county's the reason or the state's the reason that they're not getting in compliance, then that's easily explainable. We see people all the time that come forward.
Or something like COVID-19 coming along and screwing
Getting
everything up.
anything out of their control.
Correct.
So I guess the term could be good faith.
Yeah.
If they're using good faith, a good faith effort to continue, they should be able to continue.
I think so.
Okay.
Is Sean wanting to say something?
I just wanted to provide some clarity here. This is an annual license. So if they're not in good faith, they have not renewed their annual license. And also, if they're not in compliance with the provisions of the ordinance, meaning that they have maintained their water right as they've enrolled prior to the dates that are listed, then they again would not be in compliance. So as we're talking about those good faith efforts are that they are renewing that permit, that they are maintaining their compliance with state and water board and CDFW and pursuing that 1602 to be completely compliant. So unlike what I think we're alluding to is that this isn't a time frame of an allotment of an entitlement. This is a license to cultivate, and their good faith effort is renewing that license, paying those fees, covering taxes, and staying consistent with all of the applicable laws.
But that 1-year license may change based on further comment. So I don't know that I would assume that would be a total given, that 1-year annual license review. So.
Are you referencing your licenses in that comment?
Right, you know, like when we're talking about incentives, I'm thinking that maybe an incentive to move is that if you move, you get a 3-year license at your new location, but you still have to do an annual license at your grandfathered location. I mean, there's other kind of potential discussion items as far as the length of a license.
I could see that being added to the language if any subsequent changes in our ordinance were to come in the future, that these parameters or criteria you're discussing could be written to reflect those future changes.
Correct. Okay, so are we satisfied on that one?
We've given enough feedback.
Okay, exception, so expansion. So let's talk about
Exception.
Should otherwise I'm not sure what that means.
Right, so there is no, there is nothing other than cultivation allowed in other ways.
It's referring to grandfathering.
Yes.
So I do think, again, they should be grandfathered unless they have a certain level of violations. Like the gentleman said, I mean, there are certain violations that are, you know, you can fix. There are minor violations, you know, the classic restaurant inspection where they just always have to find something wrong. But there are egregious violations that I think would cause them to lose their grandfathering, you know.
That's indeed under violations.
Well, no, it's also under exceptions, because what the text said was that compliant operators continue so long as they follow all other regulations. So that's where I'm saying, yeah, their grandfathering holds unless they aren't compliant, but that compliance shouldn't be, they shouldn't be penalized for small violations. There has to be some level of more serious, egregious ones, you know, like hauling a bunch of water through a residential area or something like that.
And I think that
would cause them to lose their license.
And I would.
And their grandfathering.
And I would add that, I mean, whatever would cause any other license to be lost would be the same as them. And so that these particular farms would not have any special discriminative properties that any other farm would have to bear.
Well, who makes a decision for what's egregious? Like, you don't lose your driving license for a parking ticket. You know, where's the standard?
I think we allow like the planning department and the ordinance to establish what levels of egregiousness, what levels of fines.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So that's on the next. So let's go on to B, expansion. Should existing licenses in prohibited areas be allowed to expand? So comments on that.
Based on public comment, there are certain considerations that need to be addressed, right? And for instance, there is, as a farmer, you're changing your farm. It's not. You know, my family has a produce farm in Willow Creek, and every year, you know, they're shifting, doing crop rotations. They're shifting what type of crop they're growing, and
what the market calls for.
In the cannabis industry, you know, sometimes we're growing numerous crops. Sometimes we're growing one particular strain, and please finish.
I'm sorry.
The ability to be able to build another storage shed, the ability to be able to retrofit your greenhouse, is adding water tanks. There's certain expansions that are different than actually expanding the footprint of the garden operations. Good point. That's just the point that I was thinking.
Yeah, modifications, those kind of minor modifications, they should be allowed. But, you know, really, some level of intensifying the use, I would think, would not qualify for grandfathered areas. And also, I heard a lot of feedback from people that I spoke to that they did not feel comfortable with stacking in grandfathered areas.
That's a major modification. And right now, the way it works, if you have an outdoor license, you can only grow outdoor. If you have a mixed light license, you can grow mixed light, right? And so if you have an outdoor license, to change your license to be able to have mixed light where you build greenhouses is a major change to your license. Right. And so that might not be appropriate, but just upgrades should be.
Sure. Is there anything else from you guys?
Well, I agree with comments, upgrades, and system improvements should be encouraged and allowed.
Okay, so I think we can all agree that when it comes to expansion, it really needs to be looked at case by case and what that expansion entails and involves.
I might be able to help a little bit, maybe by making a distinction in some terminology. So I heard you describing being able to make what I would consider to be modifications to a site, that was acceptable. I think I'm hearing from a consensus, as opposed to, for example, stacking, which would allow for multiple licenses in the same footprint, but that is an expansion, or the flip side of that, expanding the footprint, going from X number of square feet, you know, to doubling that or adding whatever, depending on what the licenses would allow. So those are three examples of expansion, and they're pretty different. I think what I'm hearing you say is that modifications are okay, but maybe those other two aren't. And again, we're talking about licensees that are in restricted areas. And it might be different if you're outside of a restricted area where you have the ability to pursue those type of expanded footprints or expanded licenses.
I think if I may comment as well, there's another key detail here, something I feel like we're seeing in the program as we're working through the environmental review of people adding different license types to one operation. And so there, for example, having a cultivation operation with the same footprint, mixed light or outdoor, whatever it might be, but then adding storefront retail to that as a permissible license type. So that's another kind of expansion that is a different kind of footprint, but it's an altogether different license type. And there's a number of others mix and match that you can do along those lines.
Right, so like actually adding other licenses, other uses is definitely a form of expansion rather than modification.
Correct.
Right, so from my perspective, I think modification should be
What's allowed?
Allowed and encouraged, but expansion in opt-out zones, I think should be prohibited.
Well, but there are some kinds of expansion, like you say, if you were a cultivator and you were adding a non-retail storefront. So essentially all you're adding is the ability to sell stuff on the internet and have a FedEx truck show up every once in a while and, you know, distribute your product. I think there are some kind of cottage level uses that might be compatible with uses that are in grandfathered areas. Maybe that's the only one, I don't know, but
right, the non-storefront retail enables you to have, my understanding is have a, right, like you have a business, a farm, and you're able to have a non-storefront retail in Reading, where you also have a delivery service. That doesn't really have an impact on your business in your neighborhood, but that allows you to have another license which allows you to expand your business without expanding your impact. That should be considered.
I think that's pretty relevant and good for maybe a smaller operator, but I think as operations grow, then you have to start looking at traffic impact with delivery systems, which would be something you'd want to consider before you just put a blanket.
right, I mean, I think there are certain restrictions on the non-storefront retail in the ordinance already.
Okay.
So, distribution transport itself is another.
So am I hearing that there's a consensus that some additional license types at the same location would be okay? I'm not quite sure I'm entirely understanding.
Right.
Some very minor ones.
There's a difference between stacking licenses.
Oh, I understand.
Versus like, let's say distribution, right? Having a distribution license where you can drive your product down to the market in the Bay Area versus rather than having an outside distributor come and take your product. So, you know, allowing a certain level of vertical integration that doesn't have expanded impact on the neighborhood and the land. So it's not cut and dry, and so there needs to be some considerations.
Is that not something that should go to the board supervisor?
Well, this is all going to the board.
No, but you know, as far as a change, what constitutes a big change?
Again, this will come to you. We will interpret what you're saying, produce it for you, and then you will have a chance to pass it by resolution.
I have a question. And it was like, and this is a thought, is about the gentleman who has his place, I think is in Coffee Creek. And he mentioned that he has he has his farm on one parcel, but from what I gathered, it's like he's got to put in a bridge, and it's like it's going to cost $100,000. But he's got a substantial chunk of land that's already there.
That's another license, I believe, that he wants to, like, hey, I just bought another piece of property in the opt-out zone with the hopes of putting another license up there.
Okay.
That's different than expanding
your
initial license. And then there's also one more consideration that as I'm just processing through the licenses, right, and just the opportunity to survive in this ever-changing market. Ideally, businesses vertically integrate as much as possible. And so to be able to have non-solvent extraction, where you take your own trim and you make your own bubble hash, or you make your own rosin, that doesn't produce any more odor, doesn't produce any more impact, but it allows the farm to vertically integrate, and all other farms are allowed to do this. And so I think that that should be taken into consideration. Expansion of cultivation is the biggest factor that I think would have an impact on the neighborhood.
So I think we can all agree that we don't want expansion of the footprint of the crop, but we do want modification to be allowed.
And make sure that allowing other license types are possible. And modification, so like there's an expansion of the footprint, and then there's expansion considered, which is adding different license types. And some license types have impacts, other license types do not.
So we'd want to specify
which licenses?
Minimal license types.
Yeah, you can do that.
If you look at page 3 of your staff report, the original staff report from the previous meeting, that lists the license types for your discussion. Otherwise, I was assuming we would take a stab at just, this is what we think you're saying in terms of level of impacts.
Gord, do you have that list?
Actually, if you advance the slide 1, it's intended for a different purpose, but there's a list of the license. There's the general license types.
So I think we're only talking about transport and retail non-storefront.
Right.
The transport only and retail non-storefront.
Well, the microbusiness allows for, it's like a hybrid that allows for non-storefront as well as personal distribution. So that should be included. Manufacturing, I think that could be divided. I think that's solvent or what it is. There's certain particular types of manufacturing would not fit, but other types would be acceptable.
Do you guys think that, I mean, we all went on that field trip together to Humboldt's Green Zone, and they had, what is it called, resins?
Fair extractions?
That's solvent based.
Do you guys think something like that would be okay in a residential
Not
area?
solvents.
Absolutely not, nor does the ordinance allow that.
Good.
Right, but
because I'm not sure, you know, what those.
So my understanding is that the ordinance, you know, solvent-based manufacturing is on industrial zoning.
Gotcha.
Right. For well, non-solvent-based is allowed extractions using screens, using ice water, using hot presses that are not going to possibly explode.
But aren't those included in the cultivation license? I mean, isn't that?
It's not.
Microbusiness? Thank you.
Any sort of comment?
It's in the microbusiness, and so that is where it's, you can, yeah, that's where the microbusiness is really important.
Okay.
So I would, I believe testing has to be on particular types of zoning that doesn't allow cultivation anyway. I think that's a and nurseries, I would say nurseries would be prohibited because that would increase traffic, and
It's kind of cultivation.
it is expanded, it's expanded cultivation.
However you slice it.
I mean, unless they want to actually not grow flowers to grow the nursery, that might.
Exactly.
But that's a nuance that we don't need to.
All right. So, go ahead.
Just a question, perhaps an approach you might want to consider on the issue of expansion then is I think what you're saying is that if it could be demonstrated there was no additional physical impact, it might be permissible. Otherwise, it would not be. I think that's what I'm hearing.
I think that's a good way to put it, because that allows for some room for different things. And in the end, the impact is what matters, right?
As long as the impact would need to be minimal, right? So there is an impact of making bubble hash, right? You're using a facility, or if you have the distribution, you have a van now that's parked, right? There are certain impacts that are non-substantial and other impacts that are substantial.
But the downside of that is it's unclear what could be allowed. I mean, I think one of the things I was hoping with this ordinance is to make it more consistent. So someone who was applying for a license, they could read the regulations and they would know, yeah, I can do this, no, I can't do that. It wouldn't be, the staff told me one thing and the next staff told me something else. And so I would actually prefer it be a little bit more spelled out.
Well, and I'm thinking that we're given the ideas, they're going to bring back, they're going to focus those ideas, bring them back to us, and we amend them, and
Well, how about if, you know, we made certain things clear, but we had some language in there that said, or you can propose something that, you know, doesn't have a physical impact. And then you could argue about that, but the rest of it would be relatively clear to the.
You can't do X, Y, and Z, but bring us options.
Well, no, yeah.
May I make a comment?
No.
Sorry.
If I could, I mean, what I'm hearing from this is just that. We understand that generally limited physical impacts, what that threshold is, that is something that we will debate internally based off of the license types that we can choose from. But that we would write up something for you that would be very much labeled and laid out about what is over the threshold, what is not allowed, and what is allowed. And so it could read as exactly this type of manufacturing is permissible and this is not. And then at the point when this is in front of you again, you could pull something out and put it in a different category if you wished, based off of the discussions at that point.
I agree with that.
So I think, yeah, and that being said, probably take into account and maybe from our new director of what those things look like prior to writing in there. Because for some people like me, Todd probably, I don't know, I don't know what a lot of this stuff looks like. Duncan is an expert, I'm not.
Understood.
So
that can be part of a staff report or presentation if requested, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that's good. Can we get back to the other slide? There we go, thank you. Okay. Modification. Should existing licenses in prohibited areas be able to modify their operation if it does not change or intensify the footprint? I think we just agreed that it could be. So we can move on from that. Violations. Should the staff explore more stringent rules and procedures for violations on sites within restricted areas, such as revocations, loss of grandfather protection, so on and so forth. So what is, my first question, and this was one, what is the matrix for violations? Is there one? I doubt it. So is there one in development?
Can you describe matrix?
What is, so just like Roy pointed out, I don't lose my license because I get a speeding ticket. So what does the county have as a bar? What do, you know, I mean, I hear a lot of state officials talk about we're targeting the worst of the worst. So when it comes to violations for Trinity County Cannabis Program, what is the worst of the worst?
So I think, isn't that in the staff report where it's talking about the county relies on sections 8.64 abatement of nuisances and 8.90 violations, penalties to enforce cannabis regulations. So that's, would that be the answer?
That is correct. Those are the chapters or sections that we would refer back to. I honestly have not been in the program long enough to be able to paint a picture for you of, say, the breadth of violations that would lead to revocation. I can tell you revocation has occurred. I can tell you that the ordinance basically says that a violation is grounds for revocation. But in terms of where that bar exactly lies and the history of what violation and what violation type has specifically led to revocation, I can't get into that at this point. There is a legacy in our program of interpretations, and it's intended to be applied equally across the board. I can say there was some discussion at one point about the idea of having the ability to suspend the license so that it could not avoid revocation but would have time beyond the abatement period to cure any particular issue. We do not have that language. We only have revocation language. So that's all I can add right at this moment.
So to me, if the question is, should the staff explore more stringent rules and procedures for violations on sites within restricted areas, I think as a whole, it would be better to clarify restricted or, grandfathered opt-out area or not when a violation, causes them to lose their license. I just think that needs to be clarified, just so they're, all playing by the same rules. And so, yeah, I think you should explore that and try to define what causes someone to lose their license, opt out or not. Is it the minor things that can be fixed? Okay, fine. But are there minor things that they've self-abated over and over and over and over again? At what point does that turn into a more egregious, violation? And then are there just one-time violations that just totally, sorry, you lose your license? And like I said, I think one example is hauling water in when it's not an emergency use, because in residential areas, a bunch of big water trucks, to me, they shouldn't be doing that. Anyway, that would be my request.
I have a comment. We're already looking to punish people who are trying to do everything by the book, and we're already planning on how we're going to punish them for perceived infractions. We're not even discussing the 100-pound elephant, I think you said last month, which is the illegal grows. We're going to punish these people who are trying to do everything right, and we're already trying to figure out what they can do and what they can't, but no one's attacking the 6,000 plus illegal grows who aren't coming before us and trying to do everything right.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. I mean, I think they should be enforcing the illegal grows, definitely. But the language is that if you're a compliant operator, you should be able to continue. You shouldn't lose your grandfathering. So there should be there are people who are grandfathered in who are repeatedly non-compliant, who are the ones that generate the same number of complaints as the illegal growers. And so how do you differentiate between, the few people that kind of ruin it for everyone else?
Right.
Illegal or just consistently non-compliant?
Say there's an election coming up and we get to decide on the legal, and the election gets to decide on the illegal.
Well,
If I may.
I mean,
So I agree that the types of violations for all license holders needs to be clarified on the intensity or the severity of the violation and the appropriate mitigations that follow that violation. That it's an issue. I drive over Oregon Mountain every night and I see lights. I see the lights on in the greenhouses with impunity, and nothing's being done about it. And it's a serious issue, and these violations need to have teeth connected to them so that they stop violating, and that we can prune these operators into, following the parameters. I just feel that the cultivators in the restricted areas should fall under the same parameters of violations as the unrestricted areas. If you're a bad actor and you are a chronic violator, maybe you should lose your license, and that's across the board, but it's not anything separate or different or discriminatory for these opt-out zones.
agreed.
If I could jump in just quickly, the way the ordinance is currently written, any violation is grounds for revocation, but the intent of bringing forward the cannabis ordinance through the board has always been to try to get people into compliance. So there has been mechanisms put in place to try to help people get in compliance and not automatically lose. What I want to make sure we don't do is create some kind of arbitrary definition of what a minor versus a major violation is, or what is a good versus bad, and look at what we can look at to be consistent overall. So one of the suggestions I may make for your consideration, and again, it's your pleasure how to proceed, is that the ordinance has that 7-day cure period. And if you have what we're going to call a minor violation, those should be able to be cured in 7 days, or a request for an extension or something of that nature applied for. My recommendation is to allow that 7-day cure period, if they're able to correct it within that period of time, that the violation wouldn't then go to an automatic revocation, or something of that nature that we can really pin it down versus having to give us a staff judgment calls, which I don't think is fair for the public to not know and have consistency going forward.
I think that's
aren't there some violations you can't cure? Like, okay, I hauled water in and it wasn't an emergency. You can't really cure that one, right?
You cannot cure that one, correct. But yes, you cannot cure that one.
So I would say that with what you said and what you said, that maybe there should be a number of violations. So, if a person is a repeat offender, that, even if they're minor, if we're going out to police this person 50 times a year. That's, and it's minor, but it's still 50 times a year. That's kind of a major deal. If they're hauling water illegally, it's a major deal, probably gets revocated. I mean, I think, do you set a bar or do you set a number? If you reach, I don't know.
A number would be an appropriate mechanism to use as well, because again, there's consistency and knowledge.
Yep.
You know, again, sometimes creating numbers though, you know, we call them get out of jail free cards, and we don't know, again, the level of the first violation versus the third violation, which is again, the only reason I was proposing the 7 days. There are very few that can't be cured, and those that can be cured in 7 days, there's very few that I don't believe we wouldn't, the county wouldn't look to see if it could be cured. Because ultimately the goal is to get any violations cured and get people in the program. So creating that and creating a mechanism to look at that time period would be a way to do it. But again, creating a number is also a way to do it. Again, my only concern is creating good versus bad. Somebody, you know, carrying a small amount of water in the back of their truck versus someone with a huge water hauler, or someone pulling out of, you know, there's exceptions, and you know, I don't want to put staff in a position where they're judging that. I want there to be a finite definition.
I was going to agree with along the lines of the number of violations, because what could easily happen is you could have a neighbor who's not happy. And they're like, oh, we get them 7. If you have a neighbor who's unhappy, and all you have to do is get 7 complaints or whatever.
Violations is different than a complaint.
Well, correct, but it's like, so that's I would agree that it's like the 7-day deal, because it's like sometimes it's like just the way the fences are, that sometimes that we don't deal with. Honestly, in Ruth, you'll get it where I said, how come y'all don't deal with these places? And they're like, oh, we only deal with the people who are, when a complaint comes in. It's like, hardly anybody ever turns anybody in Ruth. And it's like, and so, it's like.
If I may, all these discussions are relevant and philosophically needed. I think the more acute question is, should the cultivators in the opt-out areas be treated differently than the cultivators in the non-opt-out areas? Right? That's the question.
That's the question.
Right? And so should they be treated differently?
No, absolutely not.
No, so I said originally.
Okay, so then
across the board.
Then let's move on.
So I've got to go back to her point though. So I get somebody that's hauling water. Water is a big deal here. So it's a big deal for communities, big deal for people that live on roads that water haulers go down. It's a complaint everywhere. Should that be just an automatic revocation? I mean, it's a pretty egregious, or should it be okay, this is your one chance, or 3 strikes you're out? There does need to be some kind of a bar for egregious violations. You know, water is one. You know, I don't know all the others, but I know water is one I hear often, all the time.
Well, I guess the thing is, you know, are we asking the staff to explore the more stringent rules? So I would really just like for them to look at, you know, make some recommendations on, you know, what really does constitute, you know, it's enough of a violation that they should have their license revoked.
Can we all agree with that? All right, perfect. That's great. We clear on that, Heidi?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to E, transfer. Should existing licenses in prohibited areas be allowed to transfer their license to a new owner, to another property outside the area? Any comments?
So, okay, I'll
take a stab at it.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. Should they be able to transfer to a new owner in the event of a sale? I do think they should, but I would recommend that they be time limited, to prevent kind of churning and turnover. You know, that there'd be, right now they can only do it once a year. But is there a way to say you can only do it once every 3 years or 5 years? That way they could still transfer it to their kids, you know, or something like that. They could sell it, but they But I don't know how to avoid the LLC issue. But anyway, I'm just trying to figure out how to,
I think,
I'll let them still do transfers, but not get crazy.
I'm in agreement. I think, one thing that could be done, because I feel for anybody that's invested money into a business and does not have that retirement plan like that gentleman expressed. I mean, that is not okay. I mean, people have invested a lot of time, money, and energy and have banked possibly their retirement on what they're doing. It is. And we've set them up impossibly for failure. However, I do believe that an opt-out area and the people that live in those areas are just as important, just as invested, just as looking at all the same issues that the commercial user is trying. And I would think that, maybe setting the bar is that a person that's in an opt-out area can transfer and sell the license, but that it's a one and done. So, because they didn't know, they didn't know that there were going to be an opt-out area, quite possibly, when they bought the land, and now they are. So they should have the ability to sell that, get their profits, and then put either just a one sale and that's it. And if the owner and eliminate LLCs, you can put things in there that squash a corporation from taking it over. But letting that person be able to recoup their investment, the new person coming in knows that this is a one and done deal. As long as they keep it up, they're good, but it's their
Who's gonna allow that?
I don't know. I have a problem with it. I think it's no different than someone selling an apple orchard. It's none of our business. If they're in compliance and they're abiding by all the rules, it's none of our business to tell them what they can or can't do with the property, provided it's transferred legally and they're still in compliance. I don't think it's anyone's right to tell someone they don't have the ability to sell it, or for whatever reason, family reasons, business reasons. It's their property, they've invested in it, they're in compliance, let them sell it as they will.
So, there are examples such as the one business that is cultivating in the Coffee Creek area that has no neighbors, right? And so they were put in a district that was not in a consolidated area with a bunch of people. That this I'm not going to say arbitrary, but a fire district that is massive, and if they want to sell it, and the people who buy it want to sell it, right? That's the American dream,
free market,
right? And so, you guys, they built these licenses based on the ordinances at hand, right? And therefore, they should have the same rights as any other business. However, if that license lapses, if the store in Wildwood burns down and they choose not to rebuild it, and then they want to sell it years later, they've lost that opportunity. But to prohibit people from selling their businesses, and this is not just the lines now. Many people in the audience and in the community are concerned about the future, right? So these people that are not in opt-out zones now they're most of these people aren't in opt-out zones in the audience, but they're petrified that they're going to be put in an opt-out zone where they can't sell their business. And if you sell a business that can't be sold again, that is going to, what's the value of something that you can't sell?
You're on a sinking ship.
And so I would just echo that they are treated equal to any other license. Because we're talking about in the Coffee Creek area, we're talking about one license, right? In the Grass Valley Creek, out of, I don't know how many square miles that is, or thousands of acres, we're talking about 3/4 of an acre, right? We're not talking about areas that are overrun with grows. We're talking about areas that have a very, very small amount of grows. And what's likely to happen is the market because the bottom is dropped out of the market, is going to shake even more of these farms out. So we're talking about a very restricted amount.
There are 5 in the Coffee Creek Fire District, not 1. There's 5.
Is there 5?
There's 2.
According to the document that I got from the planning department, there are
All those
5.
people moved and didn't file CEQA. They're all gone.
Well,
And so,
so this says active CCLs applications 5 in Coffee Creek.
Okay, so let's just bring it back to
No one's active
So
in the
that's
county
Thanks,
right now.
guys.
so that's my take on it.
All right. Thank you, Todd.
This is a very tough situation, but you know what, in all honesty, looking at it from what's just, what's true, what would truly be just is like cannabis is a legal business in Trinity County.
Thank you. It was.
And like I said, I'm not in the industry, and it's like, and sometimes I have concerns about the industry, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still in Trinity County. It is a legal deal, and I would probably have to say that I would probably have to agree that it was like, you know what, it's like, it is a legal farm. If they did the work, because, and don't get me wrong, I've worked for many of people, helping them get their grows in or whatever, working for different growers, and I know the amount of work that goes into it. And I would probably have to say what's truly just is it's like we can't discriminate because it is cannabis. I'd have to say that it's like, if you look at it from, take cannabis out of it and say that it is a business, then it was like you'd have to say, this is probably, this would actually be just right here.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that, except for the fact that there's all sorts of, yeah, I'd agree with that, except there's all sorts of regulations put on all sorts of different kind of industry that don't allow anything. I mean, you name it, there's different rules for every type of commercial business you can get into, and they all don't add up to the American dream, and they all don't look cookie cutter like this is this. So I think we need to be careful when we classify cannabis as an apple farm, because it's not.
Well, it is agriculture and it is legal.
It also brings 70% of our crime.
I talked to Saxon about that, and he says that information is incorrect. He doesn't know where you got that information. And before you bring information to the table about statistics, like 70%, please do your homework and bring those facts, because opinions are not welcome.
The marijuana farm.
Can we focus on the question?
Yeah, let's just focus on the question.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thanks.
Chair, may I ask please that the audience remains quiet so that the discussion can continue? Remember, this is just discussion at this point. You're welcome to your opinions, but in order to get through tonight, please hold your comments to appropriate comment period.
Chair, would you consider
So I'm thinking, sorry, John.
Go ahead.
We got a lot more stuff to do. So I'm hearing that the consensus is that it's okay to transfer to new owners to sell the license. And I'm only the minority opinion by saying I think that should be term limited, but everybody else is saying just, whatever, right?
No, I think it should be a term.
So should we put it to a straw so we can move on?
Yep. So, well, let's hit the top points. So, to a new owner in the event of a sale, we're kind of in agreement with that, but some people want terms.
Right.
To another property within the restricted area, is that a no?
That's a no.
Is that agreed?
Yes, that's agreed.
Okay. To another property outside the restricted area, is that agreed or not?
I think yes.
Yeah. That is.
That's moving them out of the
Correct.
zone.
That's an
It's an incentive.
And that's what any other farm can do.
Sure. Okay. Should there be any other incentives for the county to relocate farms out of opt-outs? i.e. the RRR program, waiving fees.
So are we done with E? Are we moving on to F?
Oh, sorry, yes. No, we're not. We're on E. I apologize.
What, on E also, what about, and it's like, I don't know how often this happens, but say we had that situation there this evening with Mr. Patton in his, say he passes on and it goes to his children, that should be absolutely fine. That's like, that's something along those lines, because it's like, because that's not mentioned in there, but I think that it's like passing it on as an inheritance to the children or however. It's like, I think that should be kind of covered, because it's like.
Is that not how they have their will written up? It's kind of up to them what they do with it, right? They want to leave it to the kids, so.
It's minutia. That is, it's a transfer.
It's a transfer.
You know, and so.
So the only question is the sale. So should the sale have a sunset on it? Should it go through? No exceptions, just making the sale.
No sunset.
No sunset.
Yeah, equal rights to all other farmers.
Okay. Yep. Carol? You know where you're at?
Yeah, no, I think we already figured that out. We
Yep.
did a little straw poll. You and I were the only ones that were interested in a time limited or
So no time limit.
but everybody else is okay with just, however many times, whenever. So we got to incentives to relocate.
Other incentives to relocation, county explore an incentive program. So they brought up a couple, the RR program in Humboldt, possibly waiving fees that they incur to get the license to begin with. What do you guys think?
Most of the growers that talked to me thought that was pretty much an unworkable program, and I don't see where the funding would come from, at the county level. So the only incentive I thought of, which I mentioned earlier, was that licensees in opt-out areas, right now they have a one-year renewal. They could, if they were a licensee in a non-opt-out area, they could have maybe a longer-term license, which to me would be an incentive to go somewhere else. But
So you're saying if they were in an opt-out, they wouldn't have to do the annual, the license would be a longer window?
the opposite.
If they were out of an opt-out, they would have a longer window for license. I got you.
So incentives are beneficial. I'd rather have a carrot than a stick, just, with regards to government. And so I am fully supportive of incentives, but it's been expressed that, what kind of incentive is it gonna be to move your $1 million business elsewhere? It's not gonna be a very powerful tool, but it should be open to ideas.
Does the new director have any experience with incentives? Just as a question.
That's Sean Connell, Director, Cannabis Division. It's a sticky wicket to answer, but when I was the Program Director in Mendocino County, we did go through opt-out and accommodation zones, which basically is kind of what the discussion is here. I was very aware of the RRR program out of Humboldt and the intent of what that was. But as far as like in-depth incentive programs, not that much, but there are some pedigrees that are out there that have been discussed, and not all of them have flushed themselves out. So if we are directed to kind of explore that, I have no problem giving you quite a lot of different looks of what that might look like to incentivize people who are in a community that may not want them to be there, and then how do we get them to a place that is probably more suited for what they're doing. I think by looking at your faces, I think y'all all kind of agree that that is the end goal, is that if they're in an opt-out area that it's probably not suited for what they're doing, we should be moving them closer to where it is suited. So I would love to explore it, but I think that that's going to be at your discretion.
I think it's worth exploration.
Thank you.
Certainly. Would you guys?
So that one sounds like a yes.
Yeah, it's worth it's worth throwing out there on the table. I don't know how effective it'll be, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
rapidly.
Is there a G on this one?
No,
There isn't.
next slide.
1 acre permit for 5 years, no leave.
You're very close.
Didn't we already look at this one?
For a brief moment.
We used this slide just to show what some of the license types were, but we didn't actually discuss and answer the discussion questions, although I think you've danced around them, so I think they may be a little bit quicker than the last discussion.
Okay, prohibitive license discussion item 4. Should opt-out prohibitions automatically apply to all cannabis use types? Should opt-out prohibitions apply only to cultivation? Should opt-out prohibitions apply to various cannabis use types as determined on case-by-case basis? Should opt-out prohibitions apply to future cannabis uses types such as storefront, retail, and processing? So we kind of talked about the last one.
Is C talking about strains, cannabis, or what?
C is asking whether, instead of answering this question sort of like A, B, and D, you decide it with each opt-out that comes before you. So it would be more, it would be less consistency and more based on the circumstances of the opt-out.
Thank you.
You know, it seems like because these opt-outs are based on strict land use policy and not NIMBYism, that each one of these factors would be influenced by the density of the population, the geography, the water, etc. So I think on a case-by-case basis would be the most appropriate tool for investigating these options.
I'm always struggling with trying to give an applicant some sort of consistency and clarity in the, you know, what they can do and what they can't do versus, you know, having each opt-out area, you know, define its own community character and all those kind of things. So I'm puzzled. I think we talked earlier about, you know, there should be maybe some consistency that, you know, retail, non-storefront and micro businesses and maybe transport only could be something allowable in opt-out areas, and then other things are clearly not. We talked about nurseries and I think testing. We have a conundrum, I think, because the Weaverville Community Services District as a whole is an opt-out for cultivation, but it allows manufacturing in the industrial park. So, you know,
Nursery fell under that.
yeah, the only true opt-out area for other uses other than cultivation is the historic district. So we've already kind of tried to do some case-by-case looks at what's appropriate for each opt-out area. So that didn't answer your question either, I'm sorry.
I think for clarity on your concern is that we're talking about future businesses in opt-out areas. And so if there is a testing facility in an area that chooses to be an opt-out area, that testing facility becomes a non-conforming business. And so if there is a business that wants to move into a prohibited zone, it will be very clearly spelled out what is prohibited and what is not prohibited.
And they were going to come back with that, right? Yeah. So wouldn't we just go with C? Should opt-out programs apply to various cannabis use types determined on a case-by-case basis? And that case-by-case is kind of set with the bar that you guys...
Microphones, please.
Sorry.
Yep.
I agree. C is
I agree.
appropriate tool.
Y'all in agreement on that?
Okay.
Bob? Okay, so I think we're gonna go with C and kind of, I think on that one, I know I wanna see what you guys come back with is, this is allowed, this is, and as long as those are some good parameters so they know what they're getting into when they purchase the property and the license. So I can't do this, but there is a possibility for this. And it's a case by case.
You know, it's when the opt-out zone is established. Then at that point is where they're like, okay, because it's based on water usage, we're not going to allow nurseries, we're not going to allow things that use a lot of water, but we will allow testing because that has nothing to do with the reason why they're asking for an opt-out zone, right? So it's not on a business by business basis, it's on an opt-out by opt-out basis based on the reasons for the opt-out.
Correct. So what this would look like is language before you for a specific opt-out saying that these are all the license types and your resolution must address these license types for these reasons.
In those opt-out areas.
In one specific, it's case by case. So one specific opt-out will have different reasons for each license type, presumably.
Which would be publicly vetted and debated here.
Okay. I think we're good on item 4. Could you give us discussion 5? Thanks. Term limits for geographic prohibitions.
So this is the opt-outs themselves, should they have limits
Okay.
or be revisited.
So the comments I got back from a lot of people were they didn't want to have regular review of the cannabis regulations. I mean, otherwise it seems like we're continuously reviewing them because it takes forever. And that there wouldn't be any regular review. Because I guess like I said earlier, the thought is that eventually the opt-outs are going to be in the general plan. So hopefully we wouldn't have to keep reviewing them all the time.
I agree. I think, that they should be reviewed. I think conversely, if I was looking at this from another angle, I would say if I want to opt in, you would go through the same procedure as an opt-out, right?
That's up for discussion. We haven't
Right.
really discussed opt-ins.
Well, I think as the new director said, they're current and they're renewing their licenses and they're in compliance. There's no need to come back for a review, like Carol said. I mean, nothing's changed and they're in compliance and they've got their licenses. They don't need to come back.
No, I believe what they're talking about is for like the opt-out zone.
But it says regularly reviewed.
But they're talking about the opt-out area itself.
Opt-out as a whole.
Oh.
So does the opt-out area sunset in 10 years? Or do we review the opt-out areas, which ones are opt-out areas every 5 years or something like that?
No review, just let it lie. Yep. If people as a whole, the community say, no, we don't want that anymore, then they can petition and go through the process.
I understand.
My thought is that if the general plan update will address this, and we hope the general plan update would come in the next 3 to 5 years, but since it hasn't been updated since the mid-'80s, we should probably put a mitigation in here where if it's not updated, maybe it should be addressed in, say, 5 years to come back to review to see if the character of the community still wants to have a swap prohibition on cannabis production.
Well, the concern I have about that is, residents are making certain assumptions, that this is an opt-out area. So, they're buying a home and assuming that there won't be, cannabis cultivation within that opt-out area. So you're saying to them, well, maybe where you invested in your home, now that was no longer, what you want.
A little bit about what the farmers have been feeling. It's a good point.
So I think if we leave it how it is, no renewal, and again, I think if the community, if the environment changes where that opt-out is, and the people change and their minds change about what they want to see in their community, then they can approach it the same way as the opt-out people did. Apply for an opt-in and go through that process. It makes it fair and equitable, I think, for all. And it doesn't put us on us, it puts it on the folks that live there.
Yeah, there needs to be, I mean, and I'm not sure, maybe there is some type of tool, but there needs to be an ability for the community to come together at some basis to address this if that is the will of the community. And so maybe that doesn't mean an expiration. I just want to make sure that there is a tool to address an ending of an opt-out zone if the community wants that.
Is that a possibility? And I'm looking to county council, I think, probably for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't revisit the ordinance. I'm trying to think of what parameters you would contemplate to put on it, whether it be a set review or a triggered review. I mean, that's kind of a determination you would make. But all ordinance can be reviewed, and you can put that in the ordinance for a mandatory review.
Well, and no, I'm not asking for a review. I'm asking if the community has the opportunity. I think this is what Duncan's asking. Is there a mechanism for a community to come together as a community and go, yeah, we want to be all cannabis. We want an opt-in.
Well, yes, I apologize. I should have elaborated. So the Board of Supervisors can create ordinance, but they can also be done through public votes. So yes, the public at any time can bring an ordinance for public vote. They get a majority vote. It would then overrule what is currently in place. And again, they could create something that would have automatic rules.
So the mechanism does exist.
Right, or the modification for it, right, to like in Coffee Creek, huge swaths of where nobody lives, if people want to buy farms up there and they want to address modification of the boundaries, that mechanism is in place.
Yeah, we have an initiative process in the state of California that the public can do that. So there's no concern regarding that. Or they can get the majority of the Board of Supervisors to bring it back forward at any time as well.
Thank you.
Okay. So, as for 5 term limits for Geographic, I don't think there's any term limits. I think we're good with that. Is that right?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
You guys? Cool. Staff, good?
Yes.
Perfect. Moving on, item 7. Okay, this discussion item, input from public notice for license approval, hearing for CUPs, ad hoc committees, planning commission meetings, board of supervisors meetings. Discussion questions. Is the current public outreach process for opt-outs adequately robust? How could public outreach be improved? Well, Carol, is there any of you guys in an opt-out? I am. I don't know. Carol, do you have a...
I don't know, I think based on meetings like this, we get plenty of public input.
What is the county's process for that notification? Is it about the paper, individuals? How does this work?
Yes, it is noticed, publicly noticed in the paper. Any meeting and agenda item is noticed. And there's timelines for that.
So for opt-outs specifically, you're going to put that in the paper that this area is decided to be an opt-out?
So, yes, and also if we're referring to not only an agenda item such as one tonight, it's also the idea that chapter 17.34.50 is about notice of public hearings. So there, as was discussed earlier with the Lewiston expansion opt-out, mailings did occur based off of a 300-foot property boundary setback or buffer. Anyone within 300 feet of the proposed boundary would be notified by mailing, as well as anyone within that boundary.
Does staff feel like you got good response to that?
I would assume so if they came to the Board of Supervisors meetings. I mean, I was given a boundary map, and then, like he said, there's 300 feet, so I had to kind of track all of those properties along that edge to see which other properties to include in the notification. So those Those are going out in regular mail at a certain time before a meeting. And they're, noticed that they can make comment, come to the meetings.
How much time lapses in between the time of notification until the meeting? Is it still 2 weeks, just like?
It's about 2 weeks.
Depending on.
It depends on the type of
Item.
I mean, the question
Most we try to get out, the 10 days before the hearing. That is our goal.
So I'm sorry, the only comment I had about this was, so people who are in the process of renewing their license in an opt-out area, they're filing their Appendix Cs, essentially their application, and the public doesn't have access to that. So they don't really know what's being applied for.
That process at present is one where there is a public notification process for an individual license. And that is part of the court order and the settlement agreement with TAA for availability of those documents.
But at what point, so the staff recommendation comes out, or do they get to look at the initial application?
The idea is that all those documents will be available. So one part of the process is the director's use permit process where we notify neighbors, again, within 300 feet of an individual license location and allow for comment on that specific license issuance. So that was also described in the transition plan for the cannabis program.
So do they have to make a public records request? How are they?
No, they would be notified, and if the interest is shown, if they wish to have access to either the environmental documentation or the application or what we have on file, that can be made available to them. I will leave those specific decisions to Director Connell. I will note too that we have a forum for people to be able to make those requests for documentation that is not specific to a PRA.
Is there a fee involved with that?
I don't know.
The county does have a fee, but typically if they're able to look at it, if you're able to come and look at them in person or we submit them electronically, it wouldn't qualify for a fee. But typically, I believe it's 25 cents a page, I believe.
Oh.
Well, I just think it's really important that, people in an opt-out area have the ability to look at, what is being proposed, in terms of an application for a license earlier in the process rather than at the end where, the staff is developing the final report and it's being posted online and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, I respect that point. However, staff is in the middle of its own administrative review, and that is something that we need to do internally, and it can't honestly be public facing. It is something that we very much have to do in our own capacity. There is a point though when it can be public information. If you recall the process where categorical exemptions were posted in the newspaper, regularly publicly noticed in that section of the newspaper, Trinity Journal specifically, as well as the issuance of individual licenses. What we did there was list the APNs for each of those locations.
Which is really hard for people to figure out.
How about the addresses?
No, we made the decision not to go with addresses, and it was very determined. We had good reasons to decide to go with APNs. In my opinion, I understand they're not the easiest number to work with, but there are public resources that are available for individuals to locate APNs, both their own APN as well as the APNs of any properties of interest, or the APNs of any parcel neighboring them that they may have some concern about. So it is publicly available information, and so posting those APNs is, at that point, the decision it was the most efficient way to get that information out.
And once that's posted, they have, 10 days to comment, or?
That
period.
Typical process would be one where it is posted when a director would make the decision, say, for example, to issue a license. So at that point, it would be, say, 10 days in the future from when that notification in the newspaper came out. The director then theoretically makes that decision, and then there is a 10-day appeal period after that decision is made. which does have a county fee of, I believe, $500 to file an appeal, which would have to come to the planning commission to exhaust administrative remedies.
So wouldn't it behoove the county to probably notify people before a commercial business moves in next to them, before you make that decision?
Well, there again, that is what that mailing at 300 feet along the property boundary, that is the intent of that. Before the decision is made, that mailing goes out. So there is that notification process prior to the actual decision to issue the license, the actual signature on the license.
Is there a way to let people, the larger community in the opt-out area, know that an application has been received at least? But beyond the 300 feet?
That right now we do not have as a publicly facing document. That is a document that we use. It's an updated spreadsheet that our consultants provide to us weekly. That includes all of the applications or submissions for environmental documents. That is something that we use not only for internal tracking as individual applications go through the process, but that we also supply to state agencies in order to make sure that people are compliant with state regulations as well. That is not a publicly facing document at this point. However, it is conceivable that it could be. But again, I will leave that to internal discussions with the division, based off of your suggestions here.
I think, I think information is good for all parties. I think the more, and so I'm speaking to discussion question A, does it need to be more robust communication for opt-outs, non-opt-outs? When things are changing in your environment, people need to know and they need to have a say. And it shouldn't start and stop with staff. It should start and stop with the existing people there. It's like bringing in a new store to our community. We all have long, hard discussions about whether we want a new storefront, and it's public known, it's talked. To have something happen next door to you without a commercial business, I'm referring to, happen next door to you without input on that well prior, before the license even being considered, seems to create issues. Go ahead.
So just for clarity, 300 feet from the property line of the business that is that is proposing operation. That's not 300 feet from the cultivation area. It's just or is it 300 feet from the property line of the business? So if you have 50 acres and your property is in the middle of it, any parcel that's 300 feet from that property line gets notified.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
And from the property boundary, 300 feet outside of that is what is notified.
And so, I guess my point is that the mechanism is for the neighbors directly around the property that has a proposed project get notified. Beyond that I don't believe that's the county's responsibility to let the community at large know that there's a business on one particular property. If any of the neighbors that connect to that property want to reach out to their community and let them know, that's kind of an indicator if that is actually an issue in the neighborhood or not. Because if all the neighbors nearby that connect to it don't necessarily have an issue, but a business on the other side of the valley has an issue with it, it's a different level of concern, right? So I think that the mechanism in place now for notifying the neighbors is adequate.
So if I understand it, we explained to Cheryl, that there's a 10-day notice sent out.
Well, it's not sent out, it's published in the paper. It's those little tiny legal notices.
It's both.
No, it's sent.
But I mean, so the person, the adjacent landowner within the 300 feet, they're going to get a written notice. But everybody else in that opt-out area, they have to read the paper every week, the legal notice, to know that there's a renewed license on the grandfathered licensees in that opt-out area, right? Yeah.
Correct.
That's the concern that I'm getting from people, is that, just the opt-out areas as a whole just relying on one neighbor who may not get his mail, you know, or something like that, to let the rest of the opt-out area know that there's a renewal coming up.
Absolutely, I understand that, and just to reiterate that, you know, this was a discussion that was had several years ago, again, in relation to the process for categorical exemptions and what I described earlier. So I appreciate that it may not feel, say, the most efficient on the public side, where it may be more efficient on our side. There can be solutions found that make it a better system. You know, there's other counties, other jurisdictions with cannabis or other license types in general that have public-facing portals where people can look on a website and figure out what's going on at any particular time, regardless of the license type itself. So that is something I will point out just in terms of the local jurisdiction funding that we received, that the division received from the Department of Cannabis Control. DCC is what I'm just used to. The funding we received, some of that funding is slated for IT improvements for us to be able to enhance our website and our permit portal and to do the type of thing that you're suggesting. That does not currently exist, but that is a good discussion to have, and this is what has prompted it, input from the public. What should we be doing to get this information out? With respect to opt-outs specifically for this conversation, but I am hearing that the overall interest in how individual licenses are noticed.
I mean, to me, if you're ag, you're ag. To me, it's the same as, like I can go onto the CAL FIRE portal and see who has applied for a timber harvest plan.
True.
You know, they've just submitted the application. That's all I'm doing. I'm seeing who's submitted an application and haven't actually, you know,
processed.
Yeah, they're not processed yet. They haven't made a decision, but I can at least say, okay, those people that are 2 miles up the creek from me have applied for a timber harvest plan. And if I'm in an opt-out area and I want to know that people a mile up the creek from me have applied for a commercial cannabis license, I won't know that, right? Unless I'm within 300 feet.
Or you're tracking in the paper and you know the parcel of interest. Yeah. So I'm hearing what you're saying, but let me just make this point. As I transition out of my role to a new director, where a lot of these decisions can be made and this input can be received, you know, whether this will be coming in the form of a department head report out or something along those lines, where you know the commission can raise questions or ask you know concerns about specific issues, either in cannabis or in planning or land use in general. I don't know that right now we're going to solve this.
Well, wait, I'm going to cut you off there, because this is the question. Is the current public outreach process for opt-outs adequately robust? I think we're having a consensus here that it's not robust enough. So that is the topic and the question that we're on right now. And we're not asking you to change it right now or explain why it doesn't happen. But I think we can agree that it needs to be more robust, more like a timber harvest plan, open to public vision, seeing it, just like any commercial business would be. So I think it needs to be more in line with timber harvest plans, things that are open to the public for viewing, and they can actually have opportunity and time to comment without having to file an appeal prior to that comment.
Okay, I appreciate that. My reading was this was about the issue of opt-outs, but you're saying that no, the licensing is really as a component of the opt-outs is
I'm just reading what it says. It's the current public outreach process for the opt-outs adequately.
Yeah, opt-outs. Yes.
So it's apparently not.
So I have
I guess, because I'm Carol saying no, and she's in an opt-out.
I have a little confusion, but based on Commissioner, is that you mentioned in an opt-out zone, if a neighbor up the way is applying for a new license.
They're opt-out?
But it's an opt-out zone. There is no new license.
A renewal.
So every year there's a renewal, right? So like, so every year, what you're saying is the community at large should be let know that this license is going to be renewed?
I'm actually saying it should be opt-out areas and just the county as a whole.
So, okay, so just for clarity, so in the opt-out areas, when there is, or not just opt-out.
I'm saying, same as we said earlier, as far as some of the violations should be the same for the legal growers, I mean the non-opt-out areas versus the opt-out areas. I think that the public noticing should be the same
Regardless.
for yeah, anybody should have that option to know that, licenses are being applied for, where they live. Either an opt-out area or a non-opt-out area.
And it kind of seems like a simple process. I mean, you could pretty much put a website put a site on the county website and just as they come in, post them. Done, right?
It seems like login operation is different. That's where, once in a generation, a piece of property gets clear cut. But let me finish, please. But I think it would be if, for instance, like a winery is kind of a more appropriate comparison, or like if they need to upgrade their license, and we were talking to Commissioner, or not Commissioner, but Supervisor Groves, and he mentioned today that on an annual basis they need to reapply. And so I would just like to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. And so if a vineyard needs to let the public know, then cannabis farmers should have to let the public know. But logging operation to an established cannabis farm is apples to oranges.
Just like a brewery or a bar has
What
to.
about a new cannabis operation?
We're talking about an opt-out area, or we're not talking about just opt-out
Well, no, I
areas.
mean, we were speaking generalities earlier, and she was bringing you back to a generality. Are we making rules for one or all, or?
Okay, are we talking opt-out or
We are
just
talking
general?
opt-out.
Because are we talking generally or opt-outs?
I think the noticing requirements should be the same for opt-outs and non-opt-outs. The ability for the public to know that, some commercial operation is going to be, happening.
I mean, it is just public information. I mean, it's not big all or I think it's pretty common for all.
Microphones.
Pretty common for all businesses, so sorry. It's getting late.
Isn't it such where it's outreach for the opt-outs, right? To let the community know that there's an opt-out zone.
So I think
happening.
if they just post it for the opt-outs on the county website, so somebody could get on the county website and go, hey, Steve in the opt-out has applied for a renewal.
And maybe he's applied to add another use.
Yeah.
Because we're potentially allowing, that they would add another type of use.
So my understanding of this question is it's not about the applicants applying. This is if there's outreach for an opt-out, right? Is the outreach for an opt-out adequate at all these different agencies? Not is the license annual updates adequate? That's another question.
It's just
not the question here.
The question is just, is public outreach process for opt-outs adequate?
Yes.
In general.
So for the opt-out, so if a community wants to create a new opt-out, is the mechanisms appropriate?
That's right.
Right? So, and if that's the case, right, like we definitely know that the Planning Commission is pretty thorough, right? And the Board of Supervisors, I'm not sure about the ad hoc availability. I don't know about that. CUP hearings. How would a CUP hearing, what does that have to do with the opt-outs?
It's a similar public noticing sort of component, like similar to what you saw earlier tonight in an agenda item or in a previous meeting. It's one where the conditions are discussed or otherwise presented.
So, just to clarify, because we did kind of, and I'm not sure if we got off on a tangent there or not, right? So is the question, is this formulated in how Duncan represented it? Is the question is, are we communicating opt-outs well enough to the community?
It was originally intended to refer to that because remember the basis of the discussion is to come up with more consistent guidance, including ordinance amendments that would apply to the establishment of new opt-out areas.
Gotcha.
So where I was coming from, and I obviously wasn't explaining it very well, was discussion question B, how could public outreach be improved? And I was looking at public notice for license approvals, thinking that public outreach for license approvals should be improved for both opt-out areas and non-opt-out areas. That's the point I was trying to make.
And that was heard, yes.
I agree. That could be addressed. I agree. You guys in agreement?
I am so agreed. All right. I think we've covered, are we good, staff? Discussion
Okay.
item 7?
Could you just tell me what the consensus was for question A?
I think we all agreed that it could be more robust.
More robust.
And the outreach could be more robust.
Both.
I think A's fine.
I think A was adequate, that, and that B, that we could investigate more robust methods.
Got it. Yeah, I'm in agreement.
That the consensus?
Perfect. Excellent.
Okay, can I address you guys to just clarify that property?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay.
Let's wrap it up.
So you've gotten through everything. I could quickly do a recap on what my notes are for each item, if that would be okay?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, and before you do, for just with regards to this, could I ask one more question? Okay, so there was, based on the ordinance of the opt-out in the Coffee Creek region, it was stated that if you had your water board before 2016, you were able to hold a license. That was the cutoff date for receiving licenses. And so what if, is that not?
17.
2017. Okay, so what if there is a property in that opt-out zone that doesn't have a cultivation license presently, but has been filling it out with the water board since the 2017? Should that farm, or should that property be able to have a license in an opt-out zone? So it's appropriate for our opt-out zone discussion.
The property is grandfathered. So I think, based on my conversation, that was kind of a question for council to decide. It's a little more complicated than that. But yeah, I mean, if it's just simply that question, if they were originally grandfathered in because they had their water quality board paperwork done by the date that the opt-out area was created, that should, at least in my non-legal mind, allow them to continue to qualify to be grandfathered. But I think it's apparently more complicated than that.
Is there a consensus on that?
Well, I think we talked about it earlier when we mentioned that, if for any reason that was beyond their control, that they were being good players, doing everything that they had to do and could do, and to no fault of their own, they didn't get their stuff.
No, it's not that. It's, they had, if there is a property that hasn't applied for whatever reason, has not applied for a cannabis cultivation license, but has been registering with the state water board, which was the mitigating, which was the threshold factor for receiving a license. If that property wants to apply for a license now, should it be able to apply for a license in an opt-out area that, yeah.
So I do understand your question, and my interpretation of the guidance you gave us earlier is that no, they would not be able to, because the guidance you gave earlier was that they would need to be, with respect to having a license, compliant, active, no lapse, and in good standing. So,
And I would agree with that. I mean, I think if they applied for the license in 17 and they have that application on file, and to no fault of their own, it hasn't been completed, that's one thing. But I think
They won't accept the application if it's not complete. I can't turn it in.
We're not allowed to apply
So,
until.
how does council see that?
I apologize, what specifically are you wanting me to opine on? On whether what she's proposing is legal, or
So the question is, the original criteria for being grandfathered was that you have your water quality board paperwork done by a certain date. The criteria didn't say anything about actually applying for a license.
Exactly.
And so if someone comes in later, let's say they're a new property owner, they have the water board permit from 2017, and now they want to apply for a license. Can they apply for a license?
So let me look into that a little bit further. The first question, of course, I would ask is, are there any properties, before we go through the process of opining on it, are there any properties within the opt-out that have 2000, okay, so we have one.
Yes.
So let me look into that. I'm gonna have to go back and reread the exact language.
Yeah,
to get that
because
information.
I think there are questions about, you know, does it go with the property or the new owner, you know, things like that. So,
No, it's not gonna go through, it's gonna, well, that's a good point, yes. So I will look into it without actually researching it prior. Most likely my anticipation is that we will have a problem if it's a new owner that has a 2017 water board license that's not specifically for that property. That's going to be different than what the intent was. But if there was somebody who lived on the property and had a 2017 water board license, but just never got around to applying for a county license, let me look into that, because that's a little more of a difficult question.
Or it was, they had a license that the county did not receive because it was in an opt-out zone. There could have been extenuating circumstances. So thank you for looking into that.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed with our wrap-up.
Thank you. So with respect to item 1, the commission added back in the consideration of water quality and quantity concerns as part of area-specific considerations. With respect to item 2, which is effects of other geographically based restrictions, the question was, does the Planning Commission agree these considerations are relevant? The answer was yes. Discussion item 3 was treatment of existing licensees in restricted areas. That was the long one that had like 6 different discussion points. So I'll go through each one. With regard to expiration, we just talked about getting clarity on the issue of having the water permit but not a license. But with respect to somebody who has a license, they're in an opt-out area. So long as they remain compliant, active, no lapse, in good standing, then they would not expire. They would be grandfathered in, basically. Should otherwise prohibited existing operations be allowed to continue? The answer was yes, so that was on exceptions. For expansions, which was should licensees in prohibited areas be allowed to expand the intensity or footprint of their operation? The answer generally was if there's no or minimal physical impact, that might be okay. There was a clear consensus that there should be no expansion of the cultivation footprint. That's all I captured on that one. Does that sound right? What's that?
No stacking.
No stacking, thank you. Okay. With regard to modifications, should they be allowed? The answer was yes. With regard to violation, the question was kind of rephrased to what causes someone to lose a license, and the staff will look closer into that and make a recommendation. With regard to, so the original question was, should there be more stringent rules if you're in an opt-out area? The answer to that was no. Everyone should be treated the same. With regard to transfers, there were 3 questions. To a new owner in the event of a sale, the answer was yes. To another property within the restricted area, the answer was no. To another property outside the restricted area, the answer was yes. With regard to other incentives to relocate, there was an interest in what those incentives might be, and the new director could assist with looking at that, so we'll be bringing some material back to you. I think that takes us to discussion item 4, which is prohibited license types. And the consensus of the commission was opt-out prohibitions should apply to various license types as determined on a case-by-case basis. With regard to discussion item 5, term limits for geographic prohibitions, the answer to both questions on that one was no. with regard to input from the public, item 7, which we just concluded. Is the current public outreach process for opt-outs adequately robust? The consensus was yes. And should public outreach be improved? And the answer was outreach for license approvals should be improved, both inside and outside of opt-out areas, is what I wrote down.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to move on to Planning Commissioner reports. Commissioners, do you guys have anything to report on?
Yeah, so today I attended a Trinity County Agriculture Alliance meeting over at the North Fork Range in Junction City. And while there, Supervisor Groves was there and Sheriff Tim Saxon, as well as Supervisor Jeremy Brown was there, discussing all matters of planning and land use and whatnot. So it was a good educational experience, and Supervisor Groves was on the hot seat for quite a while, answering a lot of really tough questions. It was really good.
Cool. Thanks for that report.
I have a quick report. So thank you to the staff for quick turnaround on my request to go to the UC Davis land use planning for non-planners training. That was last Thursday. I found out about it on Wednesday and I said,
You went?
I went. So you have the course schedule. So if it comes up again, I would really recommend it. It was very, very useful. It was basically, where does our authority come from? What are the differences between general and specific plans? A lot of zoning issues, subdivision ordinances, CEQA, when are things a taking? So anyway, it was very useful. I learned a lot, and I'm going to try to write up my notes and see if anybody wants to read them.
Thank you, Carol. We appreciate you taking time out of your life to educate yourself and us.
Go down to Sacramento and back in one day.
Yeah, I'd like to reinforce the importance of scheduling classes, planning classes for this commission. I think there's ones that are annual, and so if it's possible, I think that there is continued education that is appropriate for us, and so maybe if it can be discussed, be budgeted for certain particular city, League of Cities, trainings, just be assumed that we would be applying for these conferences on an annual basis. I think it would benefit our community as a whole.
I think it's a great plan. Did you not join the Planning Commission League state level?
Yeah, I'm on the board of Planning Commissioners Association of California.
That is probably would be a great tool. Maybe you could reach out to whoever your counterpart is there and see if they might be able to turn us on to something.
Yep, will do.
I'm sure they have a lot of information that we could probably use. Thanks.
I mean, UC Davis has online courses coming up. One is on zoning. They usually do one in the fall, they tell me, on general plans.
Yeah.
So maybe I can get that scheduled to staff and they can let us know, so we won't find out the day before.
Right. Okay, I have one, and it's to do with scheduling with staff. So I know you guys set a meeting for the 24th. I would like to actually not hold that meeting and move that forward. Most of us plan our lives, so I cannot do 2-day notice on a meeting. So I can't be here the 24th. I know it might be a problem for Carol, because she's the one that brought it to the attention of me after she read it in the paper. So we need a schedule from staff for the year, or at least an idea of what we're going. If we're going to do 2 meetings a month, then that's fine if it's agreeable with everybody and we know it. But the 24th is a surprise, and
again, I can't make it, and I know it's an important one, and it's important to my district, so I'm going to ask that we push that meeting. So any comments from staff?
So I appreciate that comment. Ultimately, as we spoke earlier in the evening, that I was directed to do a hearing notice on that. So surprise to me as well. And I understand that, and I would ask that maybe County Council could give some guidance, as I know that the projects that are being scheduled have been requested kind of above my level. So any help would be appreciated.
I have to recall what's on that meeting, but I do believe they're also requested above my level. So but what I recommend is allow us an opportunity to look into it and make a determination if they can be reasonably continued, and then we can reach out to you and determine an appropriate date. I know that there has been, if I'm remembering, a few projects that have been, the county has been receiving a lot of attention in terms of moving it forward, and so I believe that there's some desire not to continue it out too far, but of course schedules are what they are. And as the chair of the Planning Commission, you do have authority to continue a meeting if you deem it to be appropriate.
So
I'm exercising that authority now, so I'm going to continue that meeting.
So the notice in the paper was that it was a special meeting to discuss the retail storefront ordinance.
That's correct, and it is not a workshop.
So is that ready, is that cooked and ready to present?
It is in draft form. It's never cooked and ready until you've had an opportunity to review it and put your comments in there. But it has been drafted. Staff report is prepared on it, so it is ready to go forward to get comments from the public and to get direction from the Planning Commission. So again, we're just looking to make sure that the delays on that are not extensive, because again, I know there's a lot of folks out there that are very much looking forward to that coming forward.
So I say we push that back to the 14th of April for that meeting, and we won't hold a meeting on the 24th of March. So the March 24th meeting is canceled. It was never scheduled, so I don't know how I can cancel it. So we're not having that one, and we will have what they're proposing heard on the 14th.
And just to inform the Planning Commission, we are going to be coming back that day with the final version of this, so it will be, from what I anticipate, a rather packed agenda.
So, and in the future, if, just let everybody know above you that we have to plan. We can't
Yes.
run on that.
So what you're, for clarity, what you're saying is add that item onto the regular schedule
14th
plan.
meeting.
Are you sure that we can't here plan together for a special meeting that is not with the schedule that's already packed?
That would, so are you saying just a different date?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was important enough that they scheduled it specifically just for that item, and we all know that that is going to be an item that is going to go late into the evening, just that item. And so while I respect that that date doesn't work for you, maybe we should choose another date that is not part of the regular scheduled meeting.
I don't think
I think, yeah, that, can we do that?
I apologize, I was looking this way. What are you asking?
Can we choose another date to schedule the special meeting so that it's not on
an arbitrary date?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We will have to get clearance to see if
I kind of
this room
suspected.
is being
I don't think
another
we can just-
meeting, and
So if I can just add a little bit to what Debbie's trying to say is, when we were receiving notice that we would probably have a pretty full spring and early summer going through different ordinances and workshops, etc., what we did is we asked permission not only to have this chamber for the first or the second Thursday of every month, but also the 4th. So if you would look at your calendars and see if maybe the 28th of April would be more appropriate.
April?
That would be for the special
You mean
meeting.
April or March?
Well, it would be April.
Talking April.
And okay, I apologize. I know that, again, we'll refer to the higher ups, but I know the public wants to move it forward more expedited than that. So I would wonder if there's a date in March we could look at.
How about the
That would be up to the pleasure of the commission, and then we would need to verify that we could book the library meeting room.
So I'm gonna, she's talking the 31st, but that's an unknown and that's short notice still. I'm gonna go with either the 7th or the 14th of April. And if we need to move agenda items from the 14th to the 28th to hear the storefront, we can do that, or we can do it on the 7th.
And what's wrong with the 31st of March?
It's still too short and they need time to make sure that they have the facilities.
Well, I mean, we could tentatively say the 31st if they have the facility, but staff is ready to address this. So the staff doesn't need more time, the staff just...
She just got it.
Would you like more time to process this?
What we need to take into consideration is legal notices and whether we can actually book the room.
How about if we suggest that you check into the 31st as a potential date, and if it's not available, the 7th as an alternate date?
Okay.
The 31st does not work for me, the 7th does.
Okay, and I'm in agreement, and I'm just going to stick with what I said. So the 7th or the 14th, and we can move other items to the 28th if necessary. Everybody's checking this.
I can notice this one in time, but I can't notice the 31st.
That's why I just moved it to...
So are you saying that you can notice the 7th, Debbie?
We can get the 7th noticed in time, provided that the room is available.
So you'll let us know on that. And then, so are we in agreement then that we're going to do, until further notice, we're going to do 2 meetings a month?
That's basically what I have scheduled. I would really like to discuss that with Heidi, our consultant, and with county council.
Perfect. And then just get back to us as soon as possible.
You know, what's going on with this schedule and make sure that it's okay for me to release that to you as well.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Yeah, it would be great if you let us know as soon as possible, so.
I would really prefer to do that, actually, yes.
Great, thank you.
Right, and if something is, if there is a meeting that is publicly put in the newspaper, maybe sending us an email as well to let us know that we have a meeting would be...
Yes, I'll
So
add that to my list.
Some of us do read all the little legal notices, and it was like, what?
Sorry, Lisa. Planning Director's report.
You know, I honestly don't have anything new for you right now.
I'm so thankful.
This has been a lot.
It has. We really appreciate you guys' hard work, and I hope that, you know, that discussion doesn't seem like we're piling on you. We're not. We're just all busy lives.
I completely understand. It would just turned out to be not a great situation. So we're fixing that.
Thank you so much, you guys. I would like to adjourn this meeting. Do I have?
I'll make a motion to adjourn it. Wait a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.
Just breathe in, you'll be fine.
Hey.